button, just a heads up. So this has officially begun. I just wanted to throw that out there and not
All right, we yelled at.
So anyway,
Y'all here? Can I see y'all?
so this is the beginning. Tint Wisdom number 96, and that's the
90?
Winter Tinters feud, and this is the beginning. So we're here. We are.
We're all here.
We're all here, except for Robbie. Robbie dropped out, but he should be just joining the chat as soon as he's ready.
Robbie made it into the moderator group by default. He got a little butt hurt one day, and I was like, "Hey man, you want to be a moderator?" And he was like, "Sure, come on." And I let him in. We just let people in. And Simi originally, when she got in the group, she was just like pissed off at everybody and like coming in like, "Y'all need to just calm down. Everybody just needs to be like cool with everybody and stop, with all the talking shit." And I was like, "Hey, that's what this group is all about, you know." And,
You let Simeon whenever she blew on trade tents. No lie.
right.
Yeah, that was funny.
And then Mitch has been in and out. I don't know what's going on with Mitchell, man. He's in and out all the time, so I have no idea. And then
He's a jailbird, man.
Lawrence was just obvious. It was obvious. He always stays cool and calm and doesn't like. He just makes sure and takes care of business. So that's how we all got here. Now Chris isn't really he really had no business being in here, actually.
Yeah.
So
he's just cool.
He puts in his work, though.
What is involved as far as like being a leader of the Window Tinters feud? Like what is involved in moderation? Because to me, I would think it's a group with very little moderation, but that may not be the case. So I ask you all.
I once answered.
That's all. Man, I ain't got no comment on that one. That's all.
I'll answer it.
He the one who picks
Lawrence.
I'm not part of it, so y'all don't blame me for getting kicked out the group or thrown out the group. It ain't me, it's them.
So basically, with the direction or what David's idea of the group was to create a group, that we as tanners, and then honestly, it's not just for tanners. It could be for, your film rep. It's just a spot to come to and vent about some shit. We only got one rule, and that's no family. That will get you kicked out quicker than shit. You're more than welcome to remove yourself if you don't like the bullshit, but I think that's why we have such an active group, because people need a little bullshit in their day every once in a while. So that's why they stick around, and that's why we get people coming into. We get so many requests, it's crazy. But we also vet them, make sure that they are in the industry. You can be a rapper, you can be a tenor, you can be a film salesman. It doesn't matter. You can be an owner of a company, just trying to secretly find out ideas, because at the end of the day, we are the ones that's going to give you the best feedback. So basically, that's how we rock. That's how we vet it. You're willing to say whatever you want to say. If I want to say fuck David DeRoca, I can post that and not worry about
David DeRoca.
I hear that all the time.
Moderator, kicking me out for saying that, for speaking what was on my mind. And even though I've said fuck DeRoca plenty of times, and he said fuck Lawrence plenty of times.
Comes on my person.
That's just the shit that that we deal with. But we're so close of a knit of moderators, and admin people that that's just how we roll, and we look for the same thing in everybody else.
Yeah, originally I started the group because a lot of people were getting their posts were getting deleted in other groups. When it would get really heated, their posts would get deleted, and I was like, man, that was actually a good thread, because usually by the end of the thread, after everybody gets out what they gotta get out, people kind of make up. It's kind of like fighting on the playground when you're a kid. You fight with a guy, and then all of a sudden you're like best friends with him, because you realize that you're basically the same anyway, So that's really why I started the group, is I had some people I was fighting with about what film does what, and what film fails and all this shit. And I'm trying to protect my buddies with tint companies, and it would get heated, and then they would delete the post, and I got pissed off. So I was like, man, we need a group where we can all just come together, basically. And it could just be whatever we want to talk about. It doesn't even have to be tint related. You can talk about whatever you want to talk about when you come into our group. That's what I like about it the most is, it doesn't have to be about tint, but I mean, actually, most of the time it is. But really, it was mainly just to come in and talk shit. That was really the biggest thing is we can come in, we can talk a bunch of shit and get out what we got to get out and get over it.
Yeah, and that was my first impression of the group.
That's the key.
Oh, go ahead.
It's getting over it. That's the key.
Mm-hmm.
Because in a lot of groups, I mean, and we've all been there. You've been in a group and got into it with a person. They completely delete you off their Facebook, block you, do whatever. And the only time you may or may not see this person is in the tint off. And it's like you never knew the guy, or what I'm saying. So it's awkward. So it's like, say what you got to say, but at the end of the day, get over it. It may take you a week, but in the end, get over it.
So my first impression of the group, the very first impression was like, okay, this is a place where, like you said, everybody needs a little bullshit in their day, like everybody. But I feel like whether that was only my first impression or it's evolved since then, it has become a group where if you are going to talk about anything controversial, if you've been wronged, if you have a problem, whatever it is, that's the group to make the post in it, because it's kind of true. Any other group, it probably will get deleted at some point or moderated. Any other group that I can think of, whereas this group seems very authentically trying to get to the bottom of things, bullshit aside. And that's, I feel like I appreciate that a lot, because, if something runs out of control and then gets deleted, like you said, it's out there in the ether and there's no way. What are you going to do? Make another post? Then you're going to get banned from the group probably. So like, there's a legitimate very need for this group beyond the fun part.
I feel like that's a good assessment. Most of us are members of other groups. So we might be members of United, we might be members of Pros, we might be members of Revolution, but in those groups, it's more of an information type deal. But the information that's being provided is, it might be tint related, it might just be for someone else's personal gain. In this group, you can say what needs to be said. If you've used the film and it fails, say it. You're not going to get deleted. The only way you'll really get deleted from a group like this, or from this group specifically, is just like Lawrence said. You bring family into it. You start talking some racist shit.
Just outright being a dick, like.
Yeah, outright just. But if someone else be a dick to you and you pop back at them, hey, we're all about it. We're about that.
That's why we have Mitchell. He's our bulldog.
He's the pit bull. That's the guard dog
goes
right there.
Starts crossing the line. We just stick Mitchell on him, and he's totally cool with crossing the line all day long.
Yeah.
Well, another thing Mitch does too, though, is
I ain't afraid to get suspended. I tell you that.
No, yeah, we know that. But the thing about Mitch is he's that type of person that once he gets involved in it, he's actually going to turn that person and make him show their true colors. And that's just the bottom line. Eventually, the true you will come out. And that's why Mitch is the man. That's why he's loved and hated so much.
Hated ain't the word after that last 10 episode, but you got to realize the love outweighs the hate all day.
Every day.
I did have some people calling my work, acting like my old lady, constantly calling after. I'm not gonna say who, but it was funny. But we like to get a good laugh out of things. I'm not.
No. Go on ahead and say who.
No. I can't say who, because the person that did it would want me to say who, and that's how it thrives off of. He thrives off of his name being exposed in the industry, and he's not going to get that from me. I didn't even read his message. His message is still unread on my phone. So, I mean, I got better things to do than be messing around with him. I got a group to run.
Well, Mitch,
you has such a good memory.
You definitely made an impression on that dude, and it's obvious because he literally found you at a whole new shop on a Facebook page that you have zero control of right now.
Exactly.
He went out of his way to talk to you. But at the same time, I'm like, hey, you got but one time to tear your underwear with me, and that's it.
That's it, exactly. And I mean, I ain't got nothing to tell her, dude. I mean, it wasn't nothing my interview nothing about him or nothing like that. It was just all about the industry itself. And I mean, I'm sorry if he took it that way, but you know, no hard feelings.
Yeah,
That's
so
y'all look
I would
good.
like to get the group into something. I'd like to get the group a little bit bigger, you know, and actually turn it into something a little more substantial. But I mean, I'm just letting it naturally do its thing too, you know. I mean, I'm not trying to push it to, you know, advertise anything. It would be cool, you know, like Revolution is like off the charts with advertising and all that stuff.
David, if I hand you a magic wand,
Yeah.
and this lets you just boom anything you want to do, make happen in that group, what does that group look like?
Well, that's, you know, that's a really good question, and I would have to think about that for a minute. I would say we just have more members, maybe 5,000 members, more and just more activity. I would like to see people coming in there more often, bitching about everything that they want to bitch about and getting it out in the open, and then let's get it resolved. So if you got a problem with a manufacturer or whatever, put it in there. Every day, I want to see more people putting things in there with.
Yeah, I'm tired of being the only one bitching.
All Mitchell does is put
see all
music
for myself, man. We got a group. We got fucking 1,500 people. Hello, people. Come on, man. This is all for all y'all. You know, y'all more than welcome to do anything.
All day long, man. Can we get something else besides music videos all day long? I don't watch.
That's only on Sunday.
I don't watch any of them.
Sundays, though.
Hey,
he only does that on Sunday morning. You know, there'll be 16 posts on there from you know.
I wish y'all put y'all music videos up there, bitch. You said it's for anything. Fuck, I put what the fuck. What's on my mind?
Window Film I'm sorry, Window Tinters Feud Shopify playlist. Not Shopify, Spotify. Fuck that whole thing up. But basically, a Spotify playlist for Window Tinters Feud would be.
That'd be cool, man. That'd be
that's
badass.
A good idea. That's something we need to work on.
Something to listen to during the day, you know, put together by your peers.
Hey,
it would be all Mitchell with something from 1993.
Now, we gotta put my man Sal in there because you know Sal's a musician.
Oh yeah.
So, you know, I'm sure that's something Sal can get put together there.
Oh, Sal do some fire shit.
Yeah. I've never heard
not Sal twirling that fucking dragon stab, but that's the.
So real quick,
Robbie.
Yeah, Robbie just joined in. I just wanted to mute himself or something. There's a little feedback and turn on the camera, and we'll see you. We just can't see you yet. It's only Skype. There you go. What's up,
Robbie? But see, okay, now. I changed my screen around because I don't want to see Robbie that big.
Good Lord, Robbie.
Mitchell, real quick. Adam was asking if you're wearing sunglasses so Facebook doesn't recognize you and kick you out.
Yeah, exactly, man. I want Wiz to get shut down, right? You know, because they've been shutting me down every which way corner. So you know.
Where are you now, Mitchell? Are you in the basement or what? What's going on right there?
Hey, I can't hear Robbie.
I'm in the what the fuck dungeon right now. straight out of the swamps of the New Orleans.
That 24 karat gold behind you?
That's 24 karat gold. Yep.
Less.
All gold. It's for sale, 20 stacks.
All bullshit.
20 stacks.
Oh, hell no.
Man, I'm trying to get a what the fuck competition going on right now, man. We got
the first what the fuck competition is going to be the oversized boxing gloves.
You see, but I want to have it at like somewhere like the Tyson Ranch or something like that, you know, somewhere where, you know, people be like really gonna want to go.
We have to tint with like obstacles and shit though. No just regular tinting. It has to be obstacles.
Oh yeah, definitely, man. You're gonna be outside in the rain. Oh, you know, we're gonna have triples and double competitions. We're gonna have all that shit. We're gonna have, you know, we're gonna have the little skill competition where you know you get
window once with a paper towel and one inch razor blade. I used the paper towel. I wrapped the paper towel over the razor blade. I used it as a squeegee, and I cut my pattern out with a 1 inch blade, and that was it. That's the only two tools I had: a paper towel and a 1 inch stainless steel blade. I tinted a whole window.
Well, other people need
I'd
more
like to see somebody else try that shit.
Now, could you do it with Mitchell heckling you in your ear? Because that should be part of the competition.
Yeah, definitely. I can do that. Mitchell does not affect me one bit. His ass out.
Hey, that's bullshit because he was next to you in the flat glass competition last year and you fucked that all up.
Yeah.
So that's bullshit.
I got scared. Heard the footsteps. That's what happened.
Let me take your attention to right here. You see that right there? You see all those trophies right there? How many trophies y'all got? So don't even start.
I don't even want to
dick measuring contest. I'm just letting you know that he got on your nerves standing just next to you.
He wasn't even there. He wasn't even there in my eyes. It was just me in that window. And that fucking big ass rip.
Which is going on more?
Hey man, I've been in competition probably like 15 times, and I've only podiumed twice, so it's not easy. Never won.
Dang.
But I did. I won local. I've won like every local competition when they used to have them, but I shut all that shit down because everybody would be pissed off when I would show up because they knew they were about to lose.
How many first places and second places you got already? And like third, I mean, how many second and third?
I probably got like 3 or 4 first place trophies up there for local competitions. I got
No, I ain't talking about local, man.
Well, that's what I'm talking about.
I'm talking about WFCT. I know you won like a third one year, didn't you? Last year, before?
I've got 3 second place international podium appearances, but I've never had a first.
Have you competed at the Expel?
Always first fucking loser. God damn it.
How does it feel? How does it feel being fucking second place 3 fucking times and not winning?
Fucking 8th place in the world, bitch.
That's got because I've been on the stage twice and didn't fucking win. You know that shit hurts.
Hey,
You catch a fucking sting like, oh motherfucker. But
Well, I
you
know
know,
one of those I could have won. It's one of those I could have first. I got fucked.
You got fucked.
hey, that's what they all say.
Yeah, I got fucked.
Your bud said, huh? That's what your bud said.
That's what everybody says. You know?
Guy that won, I have a lot of respect for him.
Why y'all on this competition? Because that's been like the question that everybody, you know, that's been thrown around in a lot of groups, and you get a lot of different responses. You know, you got a lot of old heads that saying, "Hey, I don't need to show you I'm fast. I don't need to show you I'm good." And then you got these young cats that are like, you know, I'm the fastest around. I guarantee you I'll place when I get there. And then you got the guys that tend outside are saying, "Well, won't y'all have it outside, and we'll really see how good you are." You know, so that's the beauty of having the 10-offs. Now, yes, there are different branches, you know, but the biggest one is the IWFA, not just for the competition, but just from the camaraderie there, the connections that you make there. And also, it's not just window tint. Because remember, they do glass replacements, you know, they got paint protections going on. There's seminars going on.
Oh, man.
There's certifications that's going on in there. So it's a great venue to have, and I wish a lot of especially these younger guys come in. I wish y'all would just show up. You don't even have to compete. You know, you can pay and buy a ticket just to walk the floor and just see what's going on. It
blows my mind when I see people are like, "Oh, what's this? There's actually tint competitions. How do I get in it? What do I do?" I'm like, "Are you fucking serious? It's easy, man."
Hold on real quick. Hold on real quick. So, Robbie.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, I feel like there's feedback coming through when you took yourself off mute. If you happen to have a headset, that'll solve it.
I don't have it here.
Just unmute yourself when you're ready to talk and then mute yourself. The only other reminder for everybody is, like, if somebody's talking, I just want a reminder, if you kind of chime in over them, what anybody
Yeah.
else hears listening to this is nothing. They hear garble. Like you don't hear either person. So just we really got to like let somebody finish their thought before you jump in because it just turns into nobody hears anything. That's it, and I just don't want it to turn into that. So
That's okay. We
let's
don't give
proceed.
What I was going to say, going back to Lawrence's point, is maybe they should have 2 competitions. Yeah. Hello?
You gotta say it again because Nick started talking.
Yeah, I said, why don't they do 2 competitions? One, the fastest, cleanest car you can do, and then the other regular rules, or do something like that. I always thought it was kind of boring they give you a time limit to do something that we do at the shop in 10 minutes sometimes instead of an hour. So I always thought maybe
believe it or not,
two different challenges. One where the fastest, cleanest car, and then the regular rules where it's the cleanest possible in all the groups of a controlled stage. I always thought that would be the best. Two competitions for cars. Because I've seen some amazing fast tinters. They can get a car done in 30 minutes clean. And then you got guys who do them in 30 minutes and it looks like shit. So 2 competitions, maybe even.
believe it or not, last year they throwed in a quarter window on a roll-up last year. And I can guarantee you that whole entire first round was disqualified except for maybe 2 people. And they cried about that quarter window being thrown in there. When I tell you, when they said we had to do a roll up and a quarter window, fucking people lost their mind. Shit you not. And then when the first round went, it was like Armageddon in that sumbitch. When they said stop, there was film going over here, tools going over here, heat guns sliding across the floor. It was utter chaos, right? And they cried about 20 minutes was not enough time to do a roll up and a quarter window. So the judges went in themselves and tinted that same quarter window and roll up within the time. It was like you have time. You have time to do it. You see what I'm saying? That's the thing. When you get up on that stage, your nerves are so fucked up. I've seen people throw up literally walking out of this place after the heat is done. They go right outside and early, So just show up and try it out, and then you can say whatever you want outside of the gates, but once you come onto that stage and actually feel how it is, it's a completely different atmosphere. It's a completely different feeling, man. I thought I was the baddest thing smoking until I went in there and I couldn't stop shaking for shit. Like I had to bite the side of my jaws just to distract me to get a solid top line cut. It's crazy. You tend in front of customers all day long, other people. But when you get on that stage, it's completely different.
You can tint a window, but you can't necessarily stop your hand from shaking. It could
the
be
nerves.
controllable.
Your
Heart
first
starts pounding. You start to see, and it's over.
Yeah, you get tunnel vision and shit. It's crazy.
It's awesome to watch someone sit there and shake their fucking hands like, shit, I can't fucking cut. What the fuck is wrong with me?
the top cut is the worst.
First time you compete and you're like, I don't know what was wrong. I couldn't cut. It's like, yeah, that's what happens every fucking time, dude. Every time. Nobody is immune to that. The nerves are always going to get you. I mean, it's probably a rare person that can go in there and not have a problem with their nerves and shaking. Just
I tell you,
techniques. If I could give y'all any advice, is breathing, man. That's the biggest thing because you got to get your heart rate down. You got to slow it down. You got to breathe slow, breathe deep, and that's probably the best advice you could have for a tint competition. But Rob, back to what Robbie was saying about tinting a whole car, is the problem with that is time, like the time and the ability to set that up, and they rent these cars. They don't want idiots cutting on rental cars. I've already seen it before. They etch them all up. They do all kinds of hack bullshit. Guys that shouldn't even be at the competition cutting on cars and fucking them up.
Motherfuckers use to wait till they catch on in them carbon blades.
And believe it or not, people bring that. They bring carbon blades and they fuck some shit up, and then guess who has to pay to have all that stuff done? The whoever's holding the event has to pay to fix all those rental cars. So that's just, it's hard to have a full car competition like that where it's all hand cut. on a car. Now, it should be like that. Might be a finals thing or a select thing where you select tinters that are trustworthy tinters that have already proven themselves to do like an exhibition like that. But also, if you haven't ever done it, if you've never competed, you just need to zip your fucking mouth because get in there and do it once, and then you'll have a completely different perspective over it. Because these people, they're like, oh, I don't have to prove anything. You know, I can do a window. I can do that window in 2 minutes. Why are they giving y'all 30 minutes? Well, fucking step into the ring and try it. I bet you'll fuck up. You'll probably rip the film like I did last year.
Yeah.
And you ripped that shit.
It is what it is.
He'd at least got points if he'd have left the shit on there, you know.
For real. Like I
I
walked by and I was like, man, where the fuck's you film at? And you know, I was finishing up and I was like, damn.
He just ripped it off. He ripped that shit off.
But at least he did it like a soldier and went back and told the judge, you know, what was up.
I was like, I've never been disqualified before, so not like that. I mean, I wanted to intentionally disqualify myself. So I made sure I was on the floor when the judges came out, and they started looking at my window, and they were examining a window with no tint on it. And they said, hey, wait a minute. This window doesn't have any tint on it. What happened? And I was standing right there. I was like, oh, the guy that did that window didn't finish, or he ripped the film off. They're like, oh, he's okay. Well, then we can't judge it. I was like, no, he's disqualified. And they said, for what? And I was like, because that's my window. And I'm standing here on the floor and I'm not supposed to be. So that's an instant disqualification. So that was fun.
I mean, you might as well went all out. You fucked it. You fucked your first one up.
Fucked it up,
Yeah.
You fucked
I
it
could
up.
have redone the window. I still had time. But the thing is with the architectural division, they count off for waste. It's not like the automotive division where you can throw 6 patterns in the trash. They don't look at that. On the architectural division, they look at waste. So if you throw anything in the trash, you're done.
But you don't know, this year they might have not accounted for that.
I mean, hell, look at what happened in the
Whenever
first
people
round.
start
A lot
crying,
of people
start taking fucking rules left and right, so.
Yeah, I just play by the rules on that, and you know, I usually don't try to. I've been there where people bitch, you know, like Lawrence was saying earlier, where they bitch about like the first round, it's not fair. I'm not that person. Like, I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna like suck it up. Just think about getting ready for next year. That's
You
all.
was in the first round.
I was in the first round automotive.
Yeah,
I'm always in the first round automotive.
yeah, because you go in the architecture too. So if you go in the architecture and automotive, they automatically put you in first round.
Yeah, sadly.
And
I hate the first round, man. That sucks, dude. It's nice to be able to sit back and watch how it goes down, especially when they throw some bullshit at you, like doing a quarter window. That fucking quarter window wasn't easy, man. That little bitch ass window.
That quarter window.
What was this quarter window on?
it wasn't that. It's just a lot of times we used to cleaning up and everything after the situation, after everything's done. And it's like, you know, that's where I got caught up on. I was cleaning up the car and everything.
Well, no, the thing is that they throw that shit on you at the last second. If you're training for the competition, like time-wise, getting yourself prepared time-wise, and you know exactly how much time it takes you to run through it all, and then they throw in something extra, that fucks your time all up. So that's what happened to me. Is I just literally just ran out of time because my internal clock was telling me I had time, but I didn't. I was done. Sadly. And then
they threw that quarter window in there, and that threw everybody off. And I actually liked it. I wouldn't complain about it because it kind of puts you in a shop environment. Say, you know, you're the car, you know, you got 11 cars out there that you got to do. So, you know, you working to, you know, as fast as you can, what you normally would. And you got this car cut out and then laid, you know, the passenger side, and here comes the person up front say, hey, now they want to change to 20% instead of that 35% you're putting on. And you're like, motherfucker. You know, so now you got to take that shit off, recut the whole entire car. So it kind of realistically put you in a shop environment, which is we didn't know we was doing a quarter window until we went to the fucking meeting. And when they said quarter window and a roll up, the fucking meeting exploded. I shit you.
Oh
not.
yeah, boo boo. Oh!
Yeah.
I can't wait to the
I
meet
like
this
it.
year.
I won't be attending.
Why you won't be attending?
I'm taking a year off.
He'll be attending. He's just gonna walk there.
I have never attended. Ever.
You've never been in a tent competition?
Too busy over here, and my parole officer ain't finna.
Oh, that's
the
the bullshit.
country.
That's bullshit.
So David, why?
Hey, well, it's in Florida. It's right. That's one state over.
Yeah, man, that's right there by you, Tim, man. You
Right
ain't
there by you.
You talking about in Florida? No, like
Yeah.
I'm not allowed to go outside of the country or outside of the state.
The state.
I can't leave the state.
So David, why aren't you competing this year?
Well, we're gonna get Robbie to sit in for you and act like you. You gonna go.
Hey, Robbie looks a little bit like me, but I would not trust my skills with anybody else. like, I want to see what I can do.
So Eric, to answer your question, I've been doing that competition since 2008, and I always miss out on a lot of the other action that's going on, like what Lawrence was saying earlier. There's seminars, there's people just walking around the convention center and just enjoying themselves, and I kind of just wanted to do that this year instead of competing. So I'm just going to kind of take a back seat and see it from the other, a different angle, take a year off, and maybe then come back with a fresh mind and attack it again the year after.
The seminars are something that I think is easily missed if you don't know that they're going on, and I think they require a different ticket level than like the basic ticket entrance. So just to put it out there for anybody, super easy to miss those seminars, and they're worth attending. And you do have like 3 days or 2.5 days or whatever it is. Like those seminars help. Like if not, you walk through the convention, and other than chatting with people, like you're not going to walk through it 10 times. So like those seminars are kind of I think a good part of getting value out of it if you're not competing, because you got a lot of time on your hands if not.
That it is.
Yep. If you're missing out on that, if you're just competing every year, I think you're missing out on potential growth for you as a business owner. I mean, I think we're all business owners here, but as a business owner, you really need to be going into the seminars and learning as much as possible and taking as much as possible from the competitions. And you can learn from competing too, and from just being with your peers and watching learning different techniques, but learning business techniques and how to and what different ways to run your business is probably more important than an installation technique. That's been my problem. My whole career is I'm good at installing, but I'm not as good at running the business side of things. So I'm still working on that every day.
I know the feeling.
I mean, even as a tenor, I've known 2 tenors that have actually met their new boss at the show. They moved, from one state to a whole nother state just to go work for somebody else because their situation that they were currently in just wasn't getting the bills paid. So, I mean, it's an all-around win for everybody, honestly.
You can't really figure out what you're going to get out of it without going. When you go there, if you're open to it, if you're talking to people, you're experiencing it, everybody's going to find their own little golden nugget to take with you. And if it's not this year, it's next year. But as a whole, I think I echo it's absolutely 100% worth going. I understand like you might be at a busy shop and so on, but at the end of the day, it's 2.5 days and you can make it work if you had to. And I think it's worth it if you can, but
Yeah,
Most definitely.
I've never gone and not learned something valuable. I always bring back something extremely valuable back home with me. And that's what justifies the cost, because you lose a lot of money by taking off time from work. Maybe some people close their businesses down. And then obviously the travel costs and the hotel, that shit all adds up. and so you lose out on a lot of money. Probably costs me every time I go $2,000-$3,000 easy, maybe more if you consider how much you lose by not being at the shop. But to always bring back something extremely valuable with knowledge, what you learn, and also the people that you meet, the networking, and the group. And that was originally, I was always thinking like, well, why the fuck do I care if I'm making friends with other tinters around the world? Like, how is that going to help me out as a business owner? But believe it or not, I've had a lot of other business owners from different parts of the country call me because they've seen me in the competition so many times. They've called me and they've given me business. They've given me work that's turned out to be nice gigs here and there that help out, like in the slow season and things like that. So I'll get a call randomly. They'll say, hey, could you go handle this job? I got a client that's in Dallas or whatever. So they'll send me out there trusting me, knowing that this guy, I mean, obviously they're thinking, well, this guy must be good at what he does because he does well in the competitions, or even if they don't think I do well or whatever, it doesn't matter. I show up, carry myself well. They trust me for some fucked up reason. And then I go out and I handle the job. And I usually do a pretty good fucking job.
When trusted with my dog.
Straight up.
So that's another thing, is networking with other window tint owners, tint shop owners, and things like that. And they will send you business if you're, if they think you're good at what you do, or they just trust you for some reason. I think I'm just a likable person. I don't know, maybe.
And
yeah, we all love you, man. You're super pretty.
Thank you.
it works the same way with manufacturers too, like where manufacturers, they get to meet you, they get to see you, hang out with them a little bit. And, potentially when they have jobs, because they get jobs down the pipeline, they have to send it to one of their dealers. It could be the difference between going to you or somebody, down the street from you. So like, it's definitely a business opportunity, and obviously a product opportunity to walk the floor, see what products are there, see what the demos are, and see what else you can sell and how to sell it. And like, you don't know. Like I saw Ceramic Pro at SEMA, and it was maybe 4 or 5 years ago. It was the first year they were at SEMA, and they're banging a hood with a lighter and showing how durable it is and so on. And like, then you look at where they are now and you go, well, how would you have found out about it? You can be a Ceramic Pro dealer now, or you could have started being one 5 years ago. And you just don't know about, like, how else do you know the difference between it other than meeting people, seeing people, and also supporting the industry.
You can also be a Reno dealer.
Shots fired.
Yeah.
Hey, so are we gonna get on some controversy?
Just for the record, fuck Reno.
Because I know in the past probably 6 hours, I've seen about, I don't know, at least 15 of my friends on Facebook. They're saying they're looking. And I'd be willing to bet they're not looking for us talking about competitions. They're looking for us talking shit. Let's talk some shit.
Take the floor.
Let's talk some shit.
Yeah, so I was going to make a point, right?
I'll start.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so about a year ago, I joined Window Film Revolution. I'm not gonna name the name. No, none of that, boy. I joined Window Film Revolution. Within 2 months, I went up to meet a friend of mine, Rodney McClure. And right after I met with Rodney McClure and put some pictures out, did some promotions, all that type of stuff, I was blocked from Window Film Revolution. Just because I know this guy. Just because he's my partner and he is a damn good dude. He's an awesome person. And I took pictures with him. So they blocked me from Window Film Revolution. I've watched a couple of Tint Wizzes ago. Tint Wizzes. We're just going to let everybody back in. Let's just let everybody back in.
Well, no, that was my suggestion, but it was kind of turned down. I think it had some support, but I don't think it ever actually happened. So keep going. But it wasn't a Window Film Revolution suggestion.
It was turned down by one person, which lives maybe 20 minutes away from Rodney McClure. So really, what I want to do right now is get into the controversial shit.
Yeah,
Ew.
let's
I
go.
don't know why it is that I was fucking blocked by Window Film Revolution,
See,
and why it is that Window Film Revolution feels like they are the patriarch of the window tint community. I want to understand why it is that they feel like they can give out fucking certificates that say you can fucking tint windows. Fuck you, motherfucker.
Yeah.
I got your
real
certificate right here.
Yeah, show that ass. Fuck your fucking certificate, dude.
Cover your eyes.
This is where we're getting into the real window tint.
I got a fucking certificate.
Because we
Hey,
drag
Mitchell, did you
those
make
motherfuckers up.
you gotta understand, Tim, man. Rodney doesn't pay money to represent in there, and they looking for shit like that, dude, and they don't want nobody that's not actually paying. I mean, Eric himself paying money to fucking put his name on the wall. So I mean,
This was before all that.
you can't blame them for not wanting, Rodney putting free advertisement.
No, that shit happened. What Tint Man is talking about, that happened way before, the whole new window film revolution. I know exactly what he's talking about.
Yeah.
Because I was kicked out of window film revolution, and my good friend now, Garrett, was one of the admins that booted me from window film. Now I must say, I did say some fucked up shit, but it wasn't until the person that I was commenting on said some fucked up shit to me. So I felt like I should have had my same opportunity as that motherfucker did for saying some fucked up shit back.
That's why I like our group, because you can say what you need to say here.
Yeah.
You're not going to get blocked. You're not going to get kicked out. I mean, you have to do some messed up shit to get kicked out of our group, like, to be real.
I want to call out. I want to call out United, since we calling people out.
Yep.
Now,
There you go with this shit, man. Out here.
Fuck
Man.
United, because and this is why I say fuck United. All right, the very first time I got kicked out of United was because a guy who calls himself a seasoned tinter, right, told a beginner tinter some fucked up ass advice, and I called him out, and I called him a fucking piece of shit for even trying to attempt to set this guy up for failure, because it's exactly what he was doing. Other people didn't feel the same way, or felt like if they said anything, they were gone. I can give a fuck about being in any of these goddamn tent groups. First off, let's just put that shit the fuck out there. So if you want to get rid of me, get rid of me now. I don't give a fuck. I really don't. I participate in the ones that I participate, and I sit back. I'm usually a lurker, but I watch shit, and I watch fucked up people do fucked up shit. All right. So they allowed me back in there after going to the window tint competition and talking to Billy Atten. I said I wasn't gonna say that fucker's name, but fuck that motherfucker. All right. Since we talk about controversial shit. Okay. Now, here's where I drew the line. Here's where I drew the line with Billy and all his fucked up ass homeboys he got over there that I called and Mitch called dick riders, right? So now I wakes up to a post on a Sunday morning, and I'm feeling like if this is what is on your mind on a Sunday morning, you can't be getting like you can't have a great life at home. And the motherfucker made a post with saying subliminally, and everybody knew the fuck he was talking about. How do you feel about giving all of your information to a company who can sell it to your competitors? Because everybody signed up, you putting all your customer information in there. Woo, 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 woo. I knew he was talking about Tint Wiz.
I didn't. Just so you know, I was the dumb fuck who was looking at the thread, and I was like, well, this seems like a stupid fucking question. I was like, you know what I mean? Like, I was like, I had no fucking idea.
Wiz. So I called the fucker out on this shit. And I basically, this is verbatim. How can you accuse another one of your fellow brothers, somebody that's in the industry, of taking your information and selling it to your competition for a profit? I don't know who the fuck you're used to being around, but that ain't how shit works. And I felt like that was a disrespect to you, not only you personally, because he couldn't even fucking name you, and your company and the hard work that you did to build what you have now. I thought that was totally fucked up. I called him out on this shit, and next thing you know, I was fucking gone. And I hope I got his name right. Zach Leroy, is that his fucking name?
That's
Am I right?
Roy.
Right, Mitch?
Yeah.
That's right. Zach Leroy.
Fuck you piece of shit.
So
Yeah, I can fuck him.
So if I could really quick, Lawrence, first of all, I'd like to thank you because you did call out that bullshit in a way that was, like what you just said. It's exactly that. To me, that's an example of you're pissing on your foot. Like, what are you doing? We're all part of the same community. You have a legitimate concern, put it out there. Let's talk about it. No problem. It's a topic I'm well versed on. But to go around hyping people up and then dropping a sideways like ball like that, who's that to help? Is it to make himself feel better? Like, what's that going to do? Is that going to help anybody or whatever? And it is fucked up because at the end of the day, it's like if you call your neighbor a pedophile and then a few days later you go to your other neighbors, you go, probably wasn't true. I was just saying it.
right.
And you're like, well, yeah, it's cool, but like now I'm fucking freaked out about that dude across the street. And what I'm saying is, like, you see that shit, and like, I'm not getting political here, but you see that in politics. You say some shit, doesn't have to be true, then you just fucking take it back, and it doesn't matter. And like, I thought that was super fucked up, and that was definitely one of the turning points where I was like, damn, Window Tinters Feud isn't about trying to cause shit. It's actually about trying to straighten shit out. So,
Right.
Right. Hey, and that's how I definitely feel that shit too, because most of us are members of other groups as well. We kind of circulate throughout other groups, but when I remember specifically this post when it happened, and when I saw it at the time, you have to understand, like, I didn't know about window tint groups. I didn't know about any of this shit until about a year ago. This was a little bit longer than a year ago, or maybe a little bit shorter than a year ago. And when I came on and I saw it, the first thing that hit my mind was talking about, he basically worded it like, how would you feel about a window tinter having all of your information and all of your leads? And when I saw that, I was like, yeah, fuck that. Yeah, no way. But this is when I actually first started paying attention to you, because I had no idea who you were. So I started really paying attention to it, and later on I was like, damn, because at first I said, damn, Lawrence went in on him. Lawrence fucking went all the way out through there. And later on I saw why. You know what I'm saying? But since then,
got a heart.
I've become much more versed in the industry and in the Facebook industry, and I found out that group, and I'm still a member of that group. I don't talk a lot of shit, so I'm probably still on there. So
you might be going after tonight.
I will not be on there after tonight.
Oh yeah,
I'll tell you that right now. So I'll tell you right now, I have talked to some friends of mine who are reputable people. They might not be the nicest people in the world, but they're reputable people, and they say that fucking group is some goddamn bullshit. That group is some fucking straight up bullshit. And I'll tell you that
it is the worst group.
Things that they do on their little private fucking page and talk all their little private fucking shit like they're the fucking patriarchs of the community. Hey, I've never seen any of those names.
No comment.
Any of those names on WFCT on window film, on the window film competitions. I've never seen any of those fucking names. All the people that they talk shit about are the people that place in these competitions. Straight up. So fuck all the dumb shit. When I saw what was being said, and later on I realized exactly what was being said, I was like, you know what? It's bullshit, bro. It's bullshit. The fact of the matter is we are all brothers in this community. We're all brothers in this industry. I don't know how long y'all have been doing this. I've been doing this since I was a little kid. I've been doing this since before fucking Facebook was anything. Since before MySpace, since before any of that shit. I taught her how to do it, and I've trained numerous people. And I can tell you, I have never made a single fucking dollar off of these Facebook groups. The vets come on these fucking groups, and they do their best to help young people coming in the industry to make a dollar, because we don't want to see anybody starve. The fact of the matter is that people like Mitchell, David, all of these other people you see on the screen right now, they will never be without a job. You will never see these people at the fucking unemployment office. They will support their family if it's out of their fucking carport or if it's at a shop. So it really kind of irked me to come on and being someone that's been in the industry but not at the competitions, not at all that stuff, but to just see the sideways shit that comes on to all the stuff, bro. Facebook really kind of twerked me, and the best thing that I can say that I've gotten out of this Facebook experience with coming on to all these groups is I came on to Feud, and I met some really good people. Mitchell is just ridiculously fucking genuine. That dude, I did a lot of time. I did some time. I'll tell y'all that. I did some time. Mitchell is that guy that when I was doing time, I would go to him and be like, hey, do I need to go smash this motherfucker? Do I need to go beat this bitch up? And then Mitchell would be the one be like, no, Chris, you don't need to do that. And then David, Lawrence, all of these people are well versed in this industry. And then I met Rodney. And Rodney's right here, Rodney McClure. I don't know if y'all
Sledgehammer Man.
If you
the original soap creator.
There you go with that shit. There you go with that shit. That shit gonna start another round.
That's the fucking truth. That's the original soap rope creator.
Hey, he did the test. And after the test, I ain't see Robin Oman on this motherfucker for a good while. I still ain't seen.
Straight up, Rodney is the reason why I was booted from Window Film Revolution, because I noticed that when I came onto the groups, I just got on a bunch of them. I got on every group that I could get on because I wanted to
learn some new stuff, to try and get some tips. The reason why we come onto Facebook is not to get on here and bitch with each other as much as everyone does, but we get onto these groups so that we can learn from other tinters. And some people just do not want to help other people. They just want to get on there and be like me at each other. It's like,
oh, you don't know this? Well, you're not a fucking tinter. And sometimes that might be true. To me, if you cannot take a box of film and a red dot plus one of a fucking Dehydra or a fucking Blue Max, whatever you want to use, I don't care. If you can't take that and support your family, then you're not a fucking window tinter. If you have to have a goddamn plotter, then you're not a fucking window tinter.
The plotter.
Now that's not to say that the people that use a plotter are not window tinters, because in my eyes, if you know how to hand cut and you use a plotter, you just bought an expensive ass knife. That's just what it is. But when I went out there, that dude opened his arms, he opened his shop, and I came in there, and in all honesty, he supported me as much as he could. And from that, I got kicked out of a group. And I was told, oh, well, it's just politics. Man, fuck you and your fucking politics. Fuck you and your fucking politics. I could give a fuck less about your politics.
You want to know something?
When it comes down to it, you're not running a group like what you're supposed to be running, like what you're selling it as you're running. You're not running an informational group. You're running a fucking selling platform. You're running a platform where a bunch of
people are paying them to.
People are paying these people to fucking push this shit out. Dude.
So look,
I love the fact that I got on to the Facebook thing. I do, but I also hate it because it's pitted me against people, and now I have to tell the truth about some people. I really do, and some of the bullshit's right here in my state. And I'll tell you right now, I back window Tinters Feud to the fullest because they're real people. But I also back Rodney McClure to the fullest. So I'll say this: if you do not like Rodney McClure, block me from your fucking group. I could give a fuck if you block me.
So if I could just throw something in there. Look, I think there's obviously a need for multiple types of groups, no matter what. There are channels on TV. You're in a mood for different types of information and so on. The people running the group, it's an impossible task. As you get more people in that group, you're going to have more content to moderate. You're going to have more situations. Those situations become increasingly complicated based on people's feelings and so on. And what that ends up is you end up like a court. You have a jury of people, and your job is to get to the bottom of it. And even in our justice system, you're still sending innocent people to jail and potentially killing them, and guilty people running free. And that's in the justice system, which we assume is probably hopefully the best way to moderate people as a group, the best that's actually in action. What I'm getting at is it's an impossible situation. People make mistakes. I think it's underestimated how much time it can take when you have a lot of situations coming your way and you have to deal with them. I'm not making an excuse for why you were booted or anything like that, but what I'm saying is it's a fucking impossible job to have eventually. I mean, with enough people, you're going to have some people who are upset. I do agree, I want to just reiterate this. I do agree that the goal of all the groups should be to better the industry, to provide value to the people in that group. And if you're recklessly kicking people out of the group, if I'm going to say, well, who's this Chris guy? I don't know. All right, fuck it. Let's just ban him. To me, that should never happen. And I don't think you should kick somebody out. You should be able to hear them out. There has to be a process. Maybe that process shouldn't be public. Maybe I talk to you privately or group. Maybe who the hell knows? But what all those maybes include time and so on. And I think it's just natural that people are human and they get to a point where they're like, fuck that guy, fuck this girl, fuck that guy. And that's wrong. No question about it. But I'm just saying I think that's the situation. And I just want to touch on one other point, the money point of it. When you talk about a group growing, you go, well, why were they able to ask for money? Because they have a lot of people's attention. Why do they have a lot of people's attention? Because there must be some value going on there. That's why you go there, because there's some value, and that gets your attention. Then you say, well, that attention is now valuable if we can, I can put a logo up there. Now, with
how much you paid to put your logo up there?
It's so...
How much you paid to put
I'm going to tell you exactly.
That's all I'm asking.
I'm going to tell you exactly because how much you paid? I feel very committed to being very transparent on here, and so you'll get the straight answer. The straight answer is I signed up in September of 2019, which was right around the convention. I spoke to Rick in person at the convention. I paid something like, I believe it's like $2,000-ish a year. I think, but again, I'm just telling you, I could pull it up on my phone. That's why I grabbed my phone instinctively, because I could pull up the receipt. I paid the remaining portion of the year. The second year, which is 2020, Rick said, you can pay if you want to, but I believe you're going to add enough value into this group that I don't want your money. Just do whatever you think is going to help the group, however you think it can help the group, and I don't want your money. So I didn't pay anything for 2020. I paid maybe $900 or $1,000, whatever the portion of the first year was remaining. And that's what it is. And I thought that's very generous of him to do that.
That's the only good thing that ever came out of 2020 right there.
Sure.
Right then and there. If you paid $2,000.
I believe you to the fullest.
Well, I'm not lying. I'm not going to lie to you. Everybody.
I'm not saying you're lying.
No, I know. I'm saying you believe me.
You got 22 names up there. and you yourself paid $2 grand.
So here's
All
what I
right.
think should happen.
If you're looking for money for a competition, where did all that money go?
Here's the thing. I think
Sun's
as a group,
19.
I think as a group, first of all, I don't know how, like, here's the big question that I think is a very valid one for Window Film Revolution for everybody is as a group for the community, you're collecting dues, advertising dues, and now membership dues, right? Well, that means to me, dues in a group should be, you know how they're accounted for. If you're part of an HOA, let's say, you have to account for, here's the budget, here's how much we collected from you guys, this amount goes to the street, this is budgeted for repairs, future repair, and so on. And you understand the accounting. I think when you don't have that transparency of the accounting, that's where everybody's like light bulbs light up and you go, where's the money going?
Yeah.
Are you okay, Teresa?
I mean, that's about
I'm
as
in the
simple
loop.
as you
I'm
can
not
put it right there.
100%.
Because I mean, even other people from the outside are here. Oh, I hear, they're charging for this and this and this, and you're in that group and you're looking around and you're like, okay, we don't see what's going on behind,
and I don't,
behind the scenes.
So I can't tell you what's going on.
I don't know the accounting of it, but here's, I guess, the way I look at it. I go
out there real quick is you just pissed off a lot of people by saying that you didn't pay anything after all the people up there like $5,000.
You know,
Eric's gonna be on the rev no more to fuck him up.
Here's the deal, man. At the end of the day,
Welcome to the club.
At the end of the day, I came on here with you all. The theme of this Window Tinters Feud roundtable was transparency and honesty. That's kind of the theme of my life because it keeps it real simple. Because when you really just tell the truth and you really just whatever, even if you ruffle somebody's feathers, it's going to be all good because you know the intention behind it and whatever. And that's it. I do believe there should be transparency. When I support that group, if I had to pay for it, I would pay for it. Why? Because I'm in a position where I can get some value out of it because hopefully people see it and it gives me some exposure. But also I'm willing to say, this is the beginning. Okay. So if you say, where's the money? I don't know yet. But in a year from now, in 2 years from now, if you don't see things coming from it, then we're going to go, what the fuck happened? Do you know what I mean? But I'm not going to say what the fuck happened day one because nothing happened yet. They have to collect membership dues before they can do anything with them. Do you know what I mean? So if you say like, where did the sponsors money? Well, I don't know. They're doing giveaways. They built a website. I don't know what else they have in the plans, but you have to get the money ahead of doing the things. So I want to be able to support them and then give them the benefit of the doubt.
I understand that. I understand where you're coming from. You gotta, it's just like an investment. It's just like stock. Just like with Expel when they announced, went public. You don't buy it at $5 and then hoping next month that shit's gonna be $250 and then woo, I done hit the jackpot type shit. It takes
where they're going.
Money
you trust in it. You're not saying right now. What did you do with it? But I do agree that if this group collects a lot of money, is not transparent about it, and pisses people off, it's like not just pisses people off, but somehow misappropriates the funds. That's a huge fuck up for the industry because it sets the tone for fuck everybody. Oh, somebody wants to do something good, fuck that. And so it's a big responsibility when you're willing to take people's money. You have a responsibility to do something with it. It's a big responsibility, and that's where we're at.
Yeah.
How'd you do that, Mitchell?
I was just playing on the screen and seeing the react button.
But
Is there any
I'm going to
questions?
say this. They're putting their necks out there to do that. They have the responsibility now on them to come through with expectations for the community that put money into it. And I say innocent proven guilty. I appreciate somebody willing to try something, even if they don't always succeed. If you're going to try and it's for the better of a group, cool. If it turns out you had shitty intent, then we know what we're going to do with you. But if it turns out to work, cool. If you fail at it, it doesn't work, that's cool too. That's part of fucking life. But as long as the intention's good, I want to support it. And that's where we're at with it, or I'm at with it.
We let Rob say something. Robbie, you want to talk?
I didn't have nothing to say.
I forgot you were down.
We like having
I'm
you
gonna
here, though.
stay for a minute though. I gotta take a tint whiz.
Okay.
I'll be right back. Take a tint
He said you got to take a tent whiz.
But
Wiz.
Hey, make sure you wipe your David.
So, since we're talking out,
Don't Lawrence on the seat. That's fucked up.
let me put something else
Don't
into the
Lawrence.
ether.
Hey,
That,
by the way, Lawrence. Okay, go
Yes,
ahead.
sir.
Go ahead.
oh,
Eric.
sorry. No, you go ahead. You go ahead. You got it.
I was gonna say, by the way, Lawrence, we have a technique we use. I think I told you this at the shop. We call it the Lawrence technique.
Hey, but it
It's
works,
when I'm
though, right?
scratching my ass, I call it the Lawrence technique. No, I'm kidding.
Uh-oh.
No, it's the the peel the whole liner trick. Yeah, that's a badass trick.
Yeah.
So-
I see a lot of guys that have issues with side creasing when they're too straight.
Yep.
And honestly, I'm gonna be straight up honest with you. Ever since I start peeling the whole entire liner and lining on the door, I don't need a door cover. I don't need to heat out side creases.
Yep.
It's
Everybody
very rare
needs to
I have to heat one out. I'm talking.
Everybody
very
needs to
rare.
know that technique. That's a badass technique. But go ahead, Eric. You were gonna make a point.
I just wanted to say one last thing as far as like because it's a pay to play type group, or that's the understanding of people is they'll say, well, you have to be a sponsor and so on. Something that I think is really important, and I don't know the group's standings on this exactly, but I think it's come into a gray area a few times in general, is it's my opinion that as a sponsor of the group, I am paying because I support the group and they've provided an opportunity for me to promote my service or product in that group. And that's where I stand. I do not think
so many groups.
Hold on,
Eric.
though.
There's so many
Hold on.
groups.
Hold on. I
Go
just
ahead.
want to make a point here. The point is, I do not think that gives me the right as a sponsor, and I don't think the group should be run in a way that it doesn't allow somebody who's not paying to be talked about in the group. So if somebody has another CRM and somebody wants to talk about it in the group, I do not think that as a sponsor, that means you shouldn't be able to talk about it because you're not a sponsor of the group. So what I'm saying is, I do think it's important that even so you have sponsors in a group, those are the contributors to the group, that should not eliminate discussion about any other company out there, because that discussion, both pro and con, is going to help other tinters know what's out there and why it's good or why it's bad, regardless if they pay. I just want to put that out there. Go ahead.
I'm wondering what companies are seeing actual return on investment for the money that's being put in to advertising in a Facebook group. Is it worth the money? And I guess we could ask you right off the bat, do you think it's worth the money that you put in? And that's even though you got a free year, but whatever. I mean, would it be worth the money to pay $2,000 a year or whatever? Do you think that
I do. So if you break down, I know $2,000 sounds like a big chunk.
So like just a random film manufacturer, do you think that would be worth it for them, or a tool guy or whatever, the soak shield guy?
So, okay, it's my opinion that, okay, first of all, $2,000 is $167 a month. Just to put it into perspective, it's $167 a month. It's about $40 a week, $45 a week. That's not a huge amount of money for $200 a month, or less than $200, to get exposure to and be able to openly, mention new things. And if we do a new feature, I can post it in there and so on. Now, do I think that I should have to pay to be able to do that? Not really. I'd like to just be able to pay to contribute to the group, but I think anybody should be able to go in there. I think if I came up with Soak Shield, so let's just put it this way: if I'm a tinter, I come up with a cool little product and I want to share it with the group, I don't think I should have to pay, even if I'm going to make a business out of it. That's all good, because the group can help support somebody in the industry that's trying a new venture. So I don't think there should be a paywall there. But I do think, to answer your question, if I'm a new window film manufacturer and you go $180 a month and I can be part of this group, I do think it's worth it. And, but.
I'm going to go out there and say right now, we are opening up a new thing at Window Tinters Feud. We're taking money from.
Support it in a second. Like that. I would support it in a second.
Money, we're going to put banners on the. No,
I would support it in a second. The answer is I would support it, but it might then give people the impression that you're not as transparent or like as unbiased as you are. So
right away.
No. We're not offering you immunity like the rest.
I don't want immunity. But here's the thing: I don't want immunity at all, and that's my point.
You get talked about.
I don't think sponsoring a group should grant that company immunity. I think that simply is there to show that the company supports the group. So if you like the group, you're seeing that the company supports the group. That to me is where that ends.
But you see, that's not what's actually happening.
I agree.
And what's actually happening, I'll tell you, with my little endeavor with the group we're talking about, The first run was because I was affiliated with Rodney McClure, but the second run was because I pushed Scorpion like I push Scorpion. That's what I use. I use Scorpion window film. And I got inside information that's another reason why I was booted. So this is the situation. If a company supports it or whatever, if you're coming out and you're pushing your new film, you have a great new product. If another company is in there, like say Expel, Umar, one of the huge companies, and they say we don't like this guy coming in here pushing this because his film is either half as good as ours or just as good as ours, and he's at a fraction of the cost, then we'll boot you out. And that's what's going on in that group, and I can attest to that.
So think about it this way.
I was going to say and this is nothing against anyone who is paying for advertising, anything like that. To me, personally, I will tell people what I use because I like it. I'm not going to tell people what I use because I'm being paid by that person to tell them, hey, Rodney's paying me to show you this squeegee. No, I like this squeegee. This is what I use. It's great. This is what I use. I like this film. This is what I use. This film is shit because it does this. And when I said that on these other groups, this film is shit because it did this, next minute, I'm gone. And it's like, do you want my opinion or do you want my opinion only if it's what you want to hear?
And I think the realistic place we're at, though, if we're talking about like actually, moving forward, is conversation. No, I don't mean it like what I'm saying is, Mitch.
Nah, Lawrence just chugged that fucking shit down like it was nothing.
So, so I think where we're at is, look, the group is there. The group, I think, provides value. I found value, and I think everybody maybe at some point found value. Now, you can say, hey.
What group?
Oh, Window Film Revolution. No. Okay, so everybody except David. Here's what I'm getting at. We can say, I don't like certain aspects of this. This shouldn't be done this way. I don't like that I was kicked out because of this. It shouldn't be that way. There should be other rules. And I believe that the people who make those decisions can either learn from that feedback and say, we were fucked up, we did it wrong, or we could improve it or whatever. Or if they can't learn from that, then as a community, you can go, fuck that group, we're going to this group, and we're going to build our value here. But I do think it's worth saying these are people, they get to decide, they get to improve, they get to learn, and at the end of the day, we're all free to do whatever we want, and like not feel that sense of like hate towards them. It's more of a
their group. They want on their group, do whatever you want on that group. This is our group. Everything's on the table.
So I'll give you an example real quick. David, you mentioned collecting some money. Now, there was already a couple of requests in the comments. People want Lawrence's shirt. Okay, so if somehow Tint Wiz, contributing to this group helps Tinters that are part of the group get that shirt, to me, that's a pretty good exchange. Now, I do believe that if some, you get that ball rolling at some point, somebody will come out of the woodwork and say, they're all about money. But maybe not. But I'm giving you an example because I want one of those shirts too.
That's kind of Roach, man, with the fucking conspiracy.
Speaking on the shirt. Hey, so there were two designs.
You're gonna take all the money.
There were two designs for this shirt. I think Mitch got one, Dave's got one. There's a couple other people got a version of both.
Best shirt.
Actually, I think I might owe Dave's shirt. But this shirt I did was the one that everybody liked. This one comes in white and it comes in black. But it's the same logo that's on the shirt. This was actually Mitch's idea in the shirt that he put together. So there's actually two versions of a WTF shirt that can and is very well can possibly be done. We've talked about it. We also talked about taking the revenue that we use from making those, selling those T-shirts and doing. And what we wanted to do as a group was pick somebody that is part of, WTF and pay their way to the tent off. Somebody that has never been, somebody that's wondering, what's going to go, but they're looking at the expenses part of it. We've all been. We know how much it costs, and I can guarantee you, we're probably on the low end of how much it costs out there when you go visit, just from the shit that that we do. But that's what
Yeah,
idea I floated to David was, to come up with some kind of way to we can generate money as a group and pick one person and just pay everything, their hotel, their flight, their competition fees, and let them have that experience as well. So that's the reason behind these shirts.
That was the reason.
That was the reason behind these shirts.
Can I throw out one more example of like if hypothetically like this group generates a bunch of money and then you say, well, now we have a bunch of money. You could potentially pay yourself, pay yourself to take time out of your day. You say, normally I make X amount per day. I can take a day and I can make a training video or I could do whatever. But you can take that money and you can use it towards things that are going to benefit a lot more people. Without that money, usually the answer is I don't have time. You don't have time because you have to work, because we all have to work. So money to me isn't, the fact that somebody collects money or generates money is not a bad thing. It's now what's the next step after the money's collected? Where does it go? That's usually the important thing.
I understand that, but I'm gonna tell you something right now. The money part with me as far as just getting something set up to where I can record a video. I do this all the time. There's nothing for me. I get a vehicle in, and I'm like, damn, I should record a video and do this. But I have nobody hold the fucking camera. I work by myself. But I'm cool with, making a video. I also, and Mitch can tell you, I have an app idea that's going to change the game. Honestly, I don't know a code about it. I don't know. Whoever you talk to get Tint Wiz set up, I need to talk to him because I'm telling you right now, I have an app idea that will change this game. And honestly, it's just information that that you see, on a daily basis as far as doing certain things, and when you're tinting a house, a car, or a boat, but at the same time, like I said, I do this all the time. I can record myself and do it, and I'm willing to put it out there. That's easy.
People get really busy all the time. We forget that, even though it comes second nature to us, tinting a car or tinting a building window, whatever, you think, oh, everyone does it this way. And I've seen videos of people, I'm like, you can do it that way, So even us, we see that, and he'll be like, hey, grab the camera and follow me around so that he can show people how we do it, and maybe that'll help someone, maybe not. I don't know. It's something that we all kind of need to do to help each other.
It's something that at the end of the day,
see the hair straightener trick? Anybody see that?
What?
Just the hair straightener trick. The hair straightener.
Yeah.
Look,
the straight
that shit, I was like,
get a hair straightener.
No, get a hair straightener. I want to see this shit. I want to see if it's gonna work.
Hey,
but to get back to your question,
hair straightener. Look at this.
The biggest thing is we become complacent in what we do, and that's because what we do, if you're good at it, dude, you make a lot of money. And some of us didn't go to college. Some of us didn't come from a good family. Some of us didn't have all of those head starts.
None of us did.
To really. Well, some of us did, bro. Trust me. If you go on United, you go on Pros, you'll see. Some of us did. And I'll tell you right now, I came from nothing. I came from nothing, bro. So for me to sit out here and make the type of money that I do legally, it's amazing. So, man, it's real easy to fall into, what I do works. I'm not trying anything else. Fuck that.
Well,
fuck
also just
loading,
fuck everyone else. I ain't showing them how I do it, because then they'll do it and then they'll take all the business. You can't think like that. Yeah,
we're starting to learn that sometimes you can look at somebody else, even if they've only been tinting, for 5 years, and they might have just come up with some shit.
Can I ask you a question there? What does everybody think of this? What does everybody think about when people say, because earlier you made a statement, you said, if you can't hand cut alone without a plotter, you're not a tinner.
Yeah.
So what do you think about, like, and I kind of disagree with that, but it doesn't matter. We don't need to argue here. But what do you think, what do you think about somebody who says, if you haven't been tinning for 10 years, nobody needs to learn shit from you?
Yeah.
Because
I
people are out
disagree.
there saying that, and I disagree with it.
I disagree.
I disagree wholeheartedly.
I disagree as well.
Here's why I disagree
as well.
with that.
I've met some old ass tinners that don't know
the-
what the hell they're doing. I've had people that I've hired that are like, oh, I used to tint in the 70s. Okay. Like,
Yeah.
but then I put them in the car and they're like, does the tint go on the inside? It's like, bruh, like, it's all in your skill. Some people are good at it, some people aren't. Some people come up with little tricks and tips and different tools and shit that works. And then they keep them little secrets like, my precious. Like, they don't want to give it to anyone. And to me, that's like irritating as hell because it's like, how the fuck am I supposed? How's the industry in total, supposed to get better and elevate when everyone's like, no, this is my secret. No, fuck you. It's like,
Lawrence, I want to turn it over to you, but on that point you're saying, it's especially true when people are also on the other side of their mouth complaining that there's not enough good tinters out there. Well, on one hand, you think you have to tint for 20 years to be a good tinter and you don't want to share anything, and on the other hand, you're saying there's not enough tinters. I think that's potentially, but Lawrence, I know you want to say something, you want to address that.
Yeah, I disagree with that. Back to when DeRocha mentioned me pulling the entire liner off a piece of film. I have a pattern that I've already cut. I learned that from a guy that he's only been tinting 3 years. I had already been tinting 13 years. And I kept getting these side creases when I two-step a window. And I was like, I watched him do it, and I'm looking at the window. I'm like, this motherfucker ain't had not one side crease. I literally have, at least one on this window, maybe. And hell, I'd be happy if I had a window that didn't have it. I was like, I'm gonna try that shit, right? It's a little awkward at first because it's outside of my realm. It's outside of my box. But that's why I disagree with it, because you as a person, as a tinner, if you're in this game, whether it be make money or if that's your passion, then you have to be open to new ideas, new tips, new tricks, new ways of doing things. That's like the plotter versus the hand cut argument. Listen, I'm a hand cutter. I taught myself how to hand cut by watching somebody else do it. I was a shop manager for 3.5 years, fresh out of the army. I knew nothing about window tinting, car audio, none of that shit. But somehow I landed a job as a shop manager for a shop. And I ran that shop for 6.5 years, and I learned a lot. I was paying my window tinter at the end of every single day over $500. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm sitting there doing something wrong because he's making more money than I am. So I started watching him, and that's how I learned how to do window tint. To be honest, my first car was a 1998 Lincoln Mark 8.
hate Marquis. I hate them.
That's a hell of a first car. I'm just gonna put that shit out there. But I mean, I learned shit from everybody, even at the competitions. Different shit. Like I see some shit, I'm like, I've never tried that. I'm gonna try it now. I always learn something. Whether I'm 30 years, 40 years in the game, if you're not learning something every day, then you're not supposed to be doing what the fuck you're doing, because nobody knows it all. And that's just that I feel like that's the mentality that most tinters have, is that they know it all. I understand it. I had it when I was there.
Mm-hmm. It reminds me of like if somebody says like, you can't learn, like you don't have shit to teach if you haven't been tinting for 20 years. To me, it's the same kind of thing where somebody like your parents or somebody says, because I'm older than you. You go, what the fuck?
Right. Yeah.
The fuck does that mean?
Shit.
Real.
I be kicking that shit, bitch. I'm older than you.
Yeah.
Yeah. That don't mean nothing.
Look.
And now, if at this age, our parents will say, "Well, I'm too old for that." Well, I know. See how that fucking worked out? Like, shit flips over.
It's almost like the music.
Right.
If you look at the music that they listened to back then, you might find one or two good songs, but then you'd be like, man, what the fuck are you listening to? That's some garbage. So where I really stand on it is there's some young dudes that really do have a large amount of skill. It's just they have to learn the basics first, and the basics are the basics. The basics are the basics, no matter where you go. And the reason I say if you cannot take a box of film and use a red dot and a squeegee and make you some money, that you're not a window tinter, is because let's say one day you pull a 2021 Infinity Q60 in the bay, and that is not in the computer.
You gotta hand cut that bitch.
You can't do it. You don't know how to fucking cut it out. You don't know how to get it installed. But even further than that, let's say you pull a 2012 Passat into the bay and you've never done one before. Seniority and experience does have something to do with this industry, because you can come up in a dealership atmosphere, and you're working at a Nissan dealership and you're tinting the shit out of some Sentras and out of some Altimas, and you're like, yeah, man, I fucking got this. And then when that Volkswagen Jetta pulled, when that 2006 guilty. Volkswagen, guilty right there, when that Jetta pulls in, you're looking crazy, and that's what I'm getting at. And that's why some tinters say, hey, if you haven't been doing this for a certain amount of time, then you really don't know what you're doing. Because if you started tinting, 3 years ago, and you're laying an Altima in 45 minutes, which most of us can do, if you're laying an Altima in 45 minutes, and then that 1993 Beretta pulls up in there, you're looking crazy. That's what I'm getting at. You're not a full-blown tinter, and you shouldn't be on here bucking and saying you know everything, because some cars that you think you know what you're doing with, they come in and you don't. Dude, it's something as simple as a 2002 Ford F-150, and you have to get on that back glass and figure out how to get a classic with the metal outlining all of the windows. These are things that seasoned window tinters know how to do. So I wouldn't say that you don't know what you're doing if you've only been tinting for 5 years. But if you haven't had just an abundance of vehicles in front of you, if you've just been working in a dealership, then you're not going to stand up next to a window tinter that's just been tinting everything that comes in front of him, coming out the gutter, doing everything he can to make that money. Because I'll tint a 1989 Chevrolet Cavalier, like I'll tint anything. But some people can't, and some people say they can't do it. So I really think that's where it comes from. But as far as a plotter,
I'm the first to be like, no, fuck that, I can't do that shit. You need to do it. So
we gotta.
Personally, I started out with a plotter. I taught me with a plotter back when we started. So for me, it was. I just thought, oh, this is easy. Lick it, stick it. But then I had to cut, and it was like. And a whole new
and that was when I went to
Yeah, I gotta run, but I want to say something. What Chris is saying is, we have a saying in our shop: any job that comes in, any task, you got to find a way to get it done if you can call yourself a professional. Flag glass, cars, it could be a 89, a 69, a 2009, a 2019, it doesn't matter. You got to find a way to get it done if you want to call yourself a professional. Flag glass, security film, whatever it is, if you call yourself a professional window tinter, residential or commercial, you just got to get it done. Simplify what Chris said, and I agree 100%. And if your power's out, you got to do it. If someone wants you to do it in the wind and they're going to pay extra for it because they want you to come out in your elements, got to get it done. That's what I call a window tinter. A professional window tinter, whatever the circumstances.
Thumbs it up.
Power out one day, a whole day. We had no electricity, but I got a torch and I was shrinking windows. sticking them on, hand cutting them, putting them on. It is what it is. You got to get it done. And don't get me wrong, I love my plotter. I got 2 of them. But I got to run. I got to finish a car, and I got to finish an alarm for a customer. But you guys have a good night, all right?
Thank you for
Safe, Robbie.
Bye.
take care.
Safe out there, man.
Bye.
Just to touch on what he was saying.
We brought Robbie on right there. He just summed it all.
There's a random video out there of this dude in like I don't know somewhere out in Africa. He has banana leaves on fire and he's tinting a car.
Oh yeah.
Me neither.
I just to touch on what Robbie was saying there. Honestly, I mean, the other day I had a 2003 Ford Taurus coming in my shop, and I don't give a damn what computer program you're using, right? That 2003 may or may not be in there, but the cuts are not going to be, they're not going to be right. You don't know who made that pattern. That pattern could have been made in 2004. That was when, plotters were, that was before plotters were a thing in a shop for cutting window tint. They've always been a thing in a shop for cutting vinyl, but then nobody ever tried to, cut window tint with it. So if you, as a tinter, a professional tinter, knows, I'm not going to even waste my time putting it in that fucking program. I don't give a damn what program it is. Whether it's DAP, computer cut, fucking 3M, Tint Tech, any of this shit. I don't trust that pattern in that computer for that old of a card. So I automatically go to my knife and I hand cut that pattern. But I also gave the guy go fuck yourself, go away price, and the son of a bitch said yes. So
yeah.
Now I have to perform. You know what I mean? I have to, give this guy what he's paying for. That's another part of being a profession. I've done cars where I'm like, how much did you charge for this? And they're like, I'm like, that shit should have been way the fuck up there. But the customer paid for it, and I'm gonna give them the best job that they can get, because that's what they paid for. And I feel like that's the professional part of it. It's at the end of the day, it's about making money. But I also know the difference between somebody that can afford to pay $800 for a tent job and somebody that can afford to pay $145 for a tent job.
Yeah.
But my quality will not step off from either or. You see what I'm saying? The only difference in that is the brand, the line of film that you choose. Whether you go with my cheapest or my most expensive, you're still going to get 100% the best quality install I can put on that glass. And that's the bottom line. My name is on that. My name is everything, So that's how I look at every job going in there. Whether I computer cut it or hand cut it, that's my job.
I wonder what your tolerance for letting something kind of just go every once in a while, like I was standing in a group of with a bunch of professionals at one of the tent offs one time, and I said, sometimes we're just real busy and we're tired and we already redid the window twice or whatever, and it's still not right. We're just like, man, fuck it, we just gotta let that shit roll, So I mean, like, where is the cutoff point? And so one of the guys that was in the group said, there is no cutoff point. If it's not perfect, it doesn't roll. And I'm just like,
there ain't
that's
no
bull-
perfect job.
That's
There's
fucking.
well,
so
he knows that perfect. He meant perfect loosely, but there's no such thing as perfect. All of us are gonna let something go throughout the day.
Yeah.
Something that we probably weren't the most proud of, and I think I'm touching a nerve, because a lot of guys don't want to admit that they let something roll out of their shop that wasn't.
It's just real, bro. It's just real. That's facts.
Listen,
we all let something roll that we just had to get out the shop and get something else.
Oh, they didn't see it yet, but they're gonna see it.
They're gonna see it tomorrow. I mean,
bullshit. Y'all better redo that fucking shit.
Look. I'll tell you
my
like
topic.
this.
Bullshit, man. Y'all want to holler about, oh man, let it roll out, man. Fuck that, man.
Look. We'll put it like that. When you're running with dealerships, dealerships only want to pay you about a quarter to maybe a half of what a window tint job actually costs.
And then
So
charge
we'll
like
say the average
way more.
dealership might pay you $125 for a full install. Okay. But they're also going to be hitting you up all fucking day. They're going to be calling you left and right. And they're going to be acting like you have to get this shit in right now. Otherwise, we're just going to go with someone else. And someone else is just going to be way trashier. But
well, jack the fucking price up. Tell them take this shit down the street. Let them fuck they shit up.
look, this is the way I looked at it. If with a dealership car, they're paying me $125 and they're charging $499 on the addendum. They're charging $499 for this tint job. Dude, get the fuck out my face. Get the fuck out my face.
Then why you ain't charging? If you know they charging $500, why you ain't charging them more? You need to
Well,
be.
that's the thing. That's the thing with a dealership. You can't just come at them and tell them you're charging $500. The way they get you, and this is the way it
can.
And that's what I've learned now. That's what I've learned now, and that's what I will push across to everybody. Just because it's a dealership and they're telling you they're going to give you 30 units a month,
ceramic
in a month, just because of that, it doesn't mean that you need to cut your price. Because when it really comes down to it, your name is on that tint job. Your name is on that car. So just because you have to get 12 in to make your money, you don't want to do that. So that's why I've pulled away from dealerships and just gone straight retail. Now I'll do a dealership if they hit me up and they say, hey, I know this guy really knows what he's doing. But the fact of the matter is there has been those days. I'm not one that's going to sit here and flex. I'm not going to lie to you. There has been those days where I'm on a not like Lawrence said, a 98 Crown Vic or a Grand Marquis where I'm like, man, fuck that motherfucker. Get that bitch out of my shop. Get that motherfucker out of my shop. Because I know that the customer's probably not going to see it. And it's better than anybody else around me is going to do it. So I really find it funny to see the window tinters that say, oh, no matter what, every single car that comes out of my shop, it's not going to have a single speck of contamination. It's not going to have this. It's not going to. Bitch, shut the fuck up. Shut up. Don't fucking tell me that it don't have. Because I promise you, no matter what, I can look at anybody's car on this live feed right now. I can look at anybody's car on anything, and I can find something that I can talk some shit about.
Dude, there are people
Especially that act
in
mental.
our area. There are people in our area that are doing back glasses in strips. So we're winning. So
Straight up.
My answer to that question is my tolerance as far as what I let out. Number one, unless it's a car that's got pet hair in it, if it's a hair in the tint, that's a redo. That's shortcuts. That's
hell
a redo.
no. It's got too much pet hair in it.
No, if it's got pet hair in it,
they're getting what they get.
I'm not redoing windows in a car that's filled in, entirely with pet hair. You know what I'm saying? But if the car has no pet hair in it, and that somehow, a piece of hair find its way to film, then that's a redo. Shortcuts, that's a redo. I'm not finna redo a window because the customer comes back and they say, yeah, I see this speck here and this one down here on this window, and then they go over here and they gotta look at it and they're like, well, it's a speck here in this window. I'm not fucking redoing that shit.
See, that's where
bottom line.
That's where I disagree with your philosophy there, is because once I get called out on anything, I just go ahead and redo it. I call it moving the dirt. I don't tell them, I just move the dirt somewhere else. When you peel a piece off, put a new piece on there, we all know there's gonna be shit in it somewhere else because there's no such thing as a perfect job.
That's why I won't redo it. Well, I'm not finna let you.
That's why I won't redo it.
You know what I'm saying? I'm not finna let you, the customer,
man,
tell me how to do my job because you saw one speck in this window, and now I got to turn around and redo this fucking window just for the speck to go from here to down here. That's a waste of my fucking time. That's a waste of film. That's a waste of money. I'm not fucking doing it. If you don't like it, I'll give you a 100% refund. Kick rocks and go fucking where else.
I would would explain that to the customer, exactly what you just said. Explain it just like that. Let's let them know, like, from an installer's point of view, that there's no such thing as a perfect install.
Oh, they understand that. That's why I don't deal with those customers that these people deal with.
This is something that's a real bother that you just can't stop obsessing. I'll use that word. If you can't stop obsessing about this one little spec, I'm gonna go ahead and redo it for you. But there most likely will be another spec somewhere else. And usually by that time, when you explain that to them, they're usually kind of calmed down, and they don't even want you to redo it at that point. And then you would invite.
I had a lady.
Sorry.
I had a customer probably about 3 years ago, honestly, with a brand new Tahoe, right? It's already got factory tint on the back. She wanted, the 20% on the front, and then wanted the back half tinted a little darker. I shit you not, this lady brought that vehicle back the very next day, and she circled every single thing she found in that tint with a fucking permanent marker, like everything. Right? So at first I was kind of pissed off, but it kind of hit my ego a little bit. You see what I'm saying? I'm like, well, goddamn, Will, what the fuck was you doing when you laid this fucking window? And there was some shit in there. I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I stripped the whole truck and I redid the truck. All right. This was on a Friday. I sent it back out, knowing that she was gonna be picky like that. Sent it back out. Did my best that I can do on it. I shit you not, David. She brought that bitch back on a fucking Monday. It ain't even dried yet. And she had another circle on this window, another circle. I looked straight up in her face and said, look, I am not going to be able to satisfy you in the way that you are with how you want your film. I refuse, in my mind, to go down that lane with a customer. I'm not going to satisfy you. So I will pull it off, give you all of your money back. Now, I'm not going to take 10%, 15%, labor charges, none of that shit. 100%, I'm going to give you your money back, and I want you to go down the street and get it done. And then when they do it, and you turn around and do that same bullshit that you did with me, with them, I'm cool with it. Because guess what? I've actually had them come back and say, well, that guy was fucking terrible. Can you take this shit off and redo it? Now I've got to charge your ass a $50 I told your ass so fee.
One thing that I do when there is someone pulls up with freaking hair everywhere is I'll take off-cut pieces of tint that I have just laying around tint, and I'll stick that shit to their deck, the fuzzy deck in the back there, and that way it covers all the fuzzy shit, and I don't get no hair on the window. And that's what I do. They're looking at me like I'm crazy, and I'm sticking tint on their rear deck. That's what I do. And pretty much cuts out all that fuzzy shit.
Good use for
roll
tint scraps.
yourself off, man.
That's a great use of tint scraps. Everybody's cutting off, so it's just waste. Fuck no.
Yeah.
Take that shit, save it up, put it in a box. When you get that furry ass card in that bitch, you go ham on it.
Cover it.
And that's her idea. Actually, this was her idea too. that lint roller. Yeah. That was her idea. She rolls herself off before she gets in.
Two cats and two dogs, and one of them is a freaking English Mastiff. She's hairy as fuck. So I always have hair on me. So I'm like rolling myself off, and if the customer ain't there, I'm doing it in my bra. I don't care. I don't want no hair in there.
Yeah.
I'd like to see that.
No.
I'm gonna make a video.
You won't post it to the Feud.
Dog. I will. Trust me.
Yeah. Oh man, it was something
good.
else I wanted to talk
TV
about,
entertainment
man.
right there.
How much time we got, Eric?
So there's never there's no limit. We've been doing an hour and 45 minutes, but the limit's when everybody either falls asleep or has to go.
So is anybody asking any questions? Does anybody want to know anything?
Can we get some?
I want to stop everybody right here. I'm gonna go back to one of Eric's questions. Y'all obviously having a lot of fun. I can see this because nobody's. But as far as us as a group though, what would we do? If somebody got us past, the set of T-shirts and sending somebody to the show. I mean, what would happen if we did wake up tomorrow with 100 G's and a what the fuck account? I mean, what the fuck would we do, y'all? I mean, that's something I never really actually thought about, and that's something that probably that us ourselves can probably do better than anybody else in this industry because we care about the industry so. So
I
mean, the only thing I can think of is maybe giving everybody a 10 off, and it's like, you know, with the money, you know, because none of us would actually put it in our shops or nothing like that. We'd want it all for the group, you know, because I'd be on y'all fucking ass more than fucking anybody. Where's the fucking money?
Oh, see, $100,000.
Do you talk to your wife like that?
Yes, I do.
Driveway.
She beats my ass for it, but yes, I talk to her. Believe me, she talks back in the same fucking tone. So
after I buy my vet, then we can have the 10 off.
But honestly, I mean,
what you say, David?
That after I buy my Corvette, then we can have the 10 off. Whatever's left.
By now, you lazy motherfucker. If you get off your ass and do some work, you stay off Facebook. You have a Corvette.
There you go.
You're right.
Yeah.
Like, come on, man. Get with the plan, bro.
No, I'm the first to admit I'm lazy as fuck. That's why I'm in the window tint business.
Hey, but that shit make you work hard sometimes, brother. So I'm gonna be honest with you. It is not as easy as people think it is, because a lot of people see us do our job and they're like, man, y'all like make that shit look easy. But there's a lot going on as far as being a window tinter. You know, not only do you got to worry about laying film, but like me, I'm a contractor. So you got to be able to negotiate your pay with the company that you work for. I'll never let a company put a price on what my skill is worth to me. You see what I'm saying? That's why I don't do dealerships. When Chris brought up dealerships, fuck them. I see you selling that shit for $7,000 and you don't want to pay me $125. Man, you can kiss my whole ass. I'm not doing it. Real shit. I don't do it because my regular customers, you know, I can get $250, $3,000, $1,200. I got a fucking Tesla Model Y, first one I'm ever going to do. But I charge his ass $1,750 for it. Am I busting his head? No, because it's a whole entire thing. Windshield and everything. So I'm like, all right, it's gonna cost you this.
What's going on with Robbie there?
Robbie, just make sure you mute it. There's an audio issue on your end, so make sure you mute it, or else it's.
I thought Robbie butt dialed up.
But yeah, I
wanted to hear everything. I wanted to hear, so I just checking in to listen. But I'm gonna work.
Right.
But I'm gonna put myself up. I just want to listen. I'm peeping.
Okay.
Let us see you work.
Don't watch it like everybody else. Just
but to touch on
better not be
thing,
no trash.
Did we get any viewers, Eric?
Yeah, I mean, there's this. Hold on. Yeah, Michael, finish your thought. Or Lawrence, finish your thought.
Get 10 viewers.
A lot of tenors out here don't know their worth, honestly. Whether you are a 1-year tenor or a 20-year tenor, you don't know your worth. You know, if there's something that you really want to do, if it's something you enjoy, this is my passion. That's what I do, you know. And I'm going to make money off of it. I'm going to make a good living off of it because I've worked for people that actually are living great lives. So I'm like, okay, well, fuck, I want what they got, you know?
Do you think it would be fair to say
I
that?
work hard for it.
Do you think it'd be fair to say that that's probably one of the biggest things people have gotten as a whole out of the groups is hearing and seeing that, you know, you can sell film for more and being able to realize your worth?
Yes, definitely. I'm gonna be honest with you. If you told me 7 years ago that I can charge $1,200 to tint a car, I can tell you it's fucking crazy. There ain't no way in hell nobody's paying that shit. Until I actually went and worked at a shop, and the guy's starting price at is $599, and that could be a '98 Toyota Corolla or a 2013 Honda Accord. It didn't fucking matter. That's what his starting price was. But the point is, he sold that $500 tint job. Like he sold that job. You know, it didn't take long, but he sold that job. I'm sitting there looking at him. I'm like, there's no way this person is going to pay $500 to tint a 1998 Toyota Camry. Ain't no fucking way. Not only did he sell it for $599, but he upgraded it to a whole different film and sold it for $875.
I mean, if we
Like,
transport to
outta
1985, I'm sure we could say nobody's going to pay $8 for a bottle of water. But then you can go into like Disney World and buy a bottle of water for like $8. You know, it's just
Exactly.
that's the business
know?
side of it, I guess, right? How to market.
Would you have ever thought?
I think
would
it
you
all
have thought
depends
a cell
on
phone would have
where
cost you would have went from $300 cell phone to now almost $1,700 fucking dollars?
September 15th, man, they releasing the they letting everybody know the new iPhone 12 coming out.
Yeah, so I mean, people pay
And
for
it's
what
gonna
they
be like
want.
1,200.
And it's a learning process, you know. Not only can you charge that, but you got to be able to do that type of work. You got to be able to produce. If you're gonna charge a motherfucker $1,000 for a tent job,
it's
you
gonna
had
be
better do a $1,000 job.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But I also learned that you can charge a motherfucker $500 for a tent job. They won't even fucking look at the shit when they come pick the car up.
Yeah.
I've charged a motherfucker $150 and they looked at the shit with a magnifying glass.
Yeah.
Yeah, straight up.
That shit is fucking crazy. It's
The
weird.
people that be checking shit like crazy, like, oh, if I'm sitting in the car and the sun is hitting it just right, I can see this. It's like, man,
Yeah.
and they're always the people with the cheap ass cars to me. They're always the cheapest cars. People with BMWs are like, yeah, that's good. And I'm like, damn it, I tried real hard on this car. Look it over. Like,
Yeah. BMWs are my worst customers. I'm gonna be honest with you. Every BMW customer I ever have or ever get, I already know I gotta do everything in my power to make that the best tent job I can put out.
Because the worst customer, Subarus.
Our worst customer is Honda Accord.
yes.
The Honda Accord.
That's
the
just
Dodge
the
at
worst
top of the window.
They bitch and they, dude. It's almost and it's not the entry level Accord. It's always the one that's a step up that has the leather and everything, and it's like a broke motherfucker that's
the Honda Accord Touring,
and this is their first car into the not being broke world, so they want that, man. Honda Accords and Nissan. No, I'd say Toyota Avalons. But Honda Accords for sure.
Tesla doesn't fall in
We
there.
had a dealership down here that, dude, we were using ASWF window. We were using ASWF window film at one time, and this was a long time ago. And we tinted the whole car. This shit was perfect. It was perfect. And I sent my setter back to the dealership to bring the car back, and I get a call from the general manager. He was like, "This is the worst job ever," and I was like, "Dude, what the fuck are you talking about? That shit's perfect." He's like, "The back window's rolling off of it," and this was when we were first starting to kind of see that the Accords were rolling back and shit like that. Right. So. Man, he drugged my setter. He drugged that kid up one side and down the other. And I ended up, that was when I was first starting to kind of get into the fuck you stage. I ended up telling him, well, fuck you. We won't tint shit for you no more. You can go holler at Joe Blow. I'm not going to mention his name, but he'll come out to your shop and he'll tint your car and he'll have trash all through it. And he'll charge you, $200 and whatever. But man, Honda Accord. I don't know if my viewpoint on that is just because most of the Hondas that I've dealt with came from that dealership. I've dealt with a lot of them, but most of them came from that dealership, and I mean like maybe 10, 15 a week. So every single one, this dude would go out to every single window, open the door and stand and look at it from the inside and then look at it from the outside, and it was hell, man. So I don't know if it was the owners or if it was him, but It was hell, man. I'm glad that I do not have a Honda dealership anymore.
That's the first I've ever heard of a Honda Accord.
For real, too.
For real, man. It was ridiculous.
It's the Subaru Forester. Fuck all those motherfuckers. If you want a Subaru,
because I don't do no bad work.
Bro, we would do
BMW owners. They're the fucking worst. BMW owners.
We would do $100,000 7 Series BMWs, and when I say we would do them, I mean this customer just walked in the dealership, just bought this car, and they sent it down to us to get it tinted, and send it.
That means that motherfucker should be.
I'm talking about the ones with the ledge on it, like that bracket
with the curtains.
Yeah, that thing.
Yeah.
Man, I would sit and look at those things and I'd be like, man, there's a speck in it. There's no way. There's no way they're going to go for that. I don't know if maybe it's because it was a $100,000 car and we were like, hey, man, we got to really show out on this car. But
no advertising. You're going to have to pay some of the revolution fee.
Hey, they look like a rake.
Because you know that shit's going up next year.
can you figure out what's going on right there? What's happening right there?
Nothing. Absolutely.
What you got going on? Paint protection or a wrap? That looks like a wrap.
No, it's not a wrap. It's just actually it's gonna be step bars tomorrow. Put some step. I do truck accessories too.
Oh yeah.
You know?
What's they
gonna do when the transmission falls out the bottom of that motherfucker?
On the Dodge.
Piece of shit ass Dodge.
That's a 2020 Dodge, bro.
Hey, I do want to
back on here.
I do want to say something else that's controversial in this industry, and that's and I kind of hit it on it earlier. That's pay for tinters. You know, some shops want to pay you by the hour. Some shops want to pay you commission. Some shops want to pay you salary. And I said, you know, it's based off your skill set as a tinter, not only to just learn how to tint windows, but to learn your work. But there's also some shops out there that are fucking these installers, and they wonder why they can't find one. Because you have a lot of shop owners that have laid film themselves and they understand. Then you have some shop owners ain't never laid a piece of film a day in their life. They just inherit the business, or they just had the money to start the fucking business, right?
Yeah.
And normally when that happens, you have an issue. So there's some shop owners out there that are fucking their installers. You see what I'm saying? There is no way in hell I would lay a piece of film. Me personally, I've been doing this shit 17 years full time. There is no way in fucking hell I will lay a piece of film for an hourly rate.
Decaf, baby, decaf.
It would not fucking happen.
But the same shop owners will get on these groups, and you'll have a new shop owner or someone that's opening up a shop, and they'll say, hey, what should I pay my tinter? And this dude will say something outrageous. He'll say some dumb shit. And a lot of the times these shop owners are saying stuff. They'll say, well, pay him hourly, pay him this, pay him that. And bro, the fact of the matter is if I come into your shop and you have, we'll say you have a nano ceramic piece of film, you have whatever you use, you know, there's awesome film in every brand, but we'll say I do a nano ceramic tint job for $800 and you want to pay me $40. You want to pay me $40 for this install, which a lot of the dealership businesses, that's what they do, and they just don't let their installer know that, oh well, this is we're charging this for ceramic, and these are the new guys. So you have a lot of these shop owners. I see people come on and say, well, what should I pay my tinter? And the shop owner will come on and say, oh well, pay him this, but make sure you don't get a vet. Make sure you don't get a window tinter that's experienced. Dude, how does that make any fucking sense? How does it make any sense that you would want to hire someone that you have to train for at least 6 months? You have to show them how to do it. But what they say is, oh, well, no, they're prima donnas. They're prima donnas. They want this and they want that and blah, 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 blah. No, it's not that we're fucking prima donnas, motherfucker. It's not we're prima donnas. It's we know we just
get the
been in there
job
and put
done.
in 2 hours worth of work and you made $1,200 and you want to fucking pay us $200. Fuck you. Fuck you, dude. What are you talking about?
That's why a lot of the time, people who do get like paid freaking nothing, they'll be in the shop by himself and they'll be like, fuck it, I'm gonna do this side job with this guy's skin, and then that's when they fuck them back, and that's what happens.
And then they end up going out and becoming your fucking competition.
Yeah.
You teach them what you're doing. You teach them how to do it. You hire these newbies on, and you teach them what you're doing. And then they come out and become your competition because they know you're charging $200 for this, whatever. Shit, dude, they'll eat off of $100, $100 to tint a car, 2 hours, $100 for 2 hours. Man, when I was 15, 16 in the dope game, I would legal money like that. I would fucking eat on it, dude. And that's the way they think about it. So I will say this, like one thing that I want to come out on this, man. Stop being fucking stingy. Stop living in your high-rise fucking apartments and shit, and pay your installers what they're worth.
How much do you pay your installers, Chris?
That's the whole thing, though, Chris, bro. You get an installer, and he might be good at first, dude. But then after he gets comfortable, he might slack down a little bit, dude. I mean, as long as you pay your people,
if you want to know what I paid my installers, if you want to know what I paid my installers, when I had installers actually working for me, it was when I was doing a lot of dealerships. So every car that came in, we had a plotter. They didn't have to cut anything, whatever. If they were an installer that could show me they could do a car by themselves within about an hour to an hour and a half, somewhere in there, like an Altima, not a ridiculously hard car, I'd pay them $1,000 a week. That's what I'd pay them, $1,000 a week. And then as they grew from there, I'd pay them more. But you have guys out here trying to pay fucking installers $600 a week, $500 a week.
It's that. When I first started in this shit, dude, I was making $200 for 6 days. I mean, getting into it though, bro. You got to think, bro. You got to see somebody that's gonna.
Well, that's the difference. That's the difference between learning how to do this and somebody. So go through the learning part of it, right? If I walk into a shop as a saying, if I tell the shop owner, hey, I've laid film before, if I watch somebody, I could do that shit. As a shop owner, I should be able to say, okay, here, tint this window. That is my measurement of where your skill level is. You see what I'm saying? I'm not gonna pay you $1,000 a week if you can't fucking tint a roll up in a quarter window contamination free or damn near contamination free. You see what I'm saying? Without creases, all this other shit. You see what I'm saying? I'm not gonna pay you $1,000 a week based off of you just tinting 2 cars a day, 3 cars a day. Regardless of what I charge, you're not putting out the production. You see what I'm saying? So getting comfortable as a window tinter, you should never be comfortable as a window tinter. This shit could be gone tomorrow. You see what I'm saying? So on both as a tinter and as a business owner, you have to be able to solidify the reason why you do what you do. I do what I do because I enjoy doing what I do, and also it pays the bills. I work Monday through Friday. If you want to get me out on a Sunday or Saturday to tint some cars, it's going to cost you money. There's very few times I've actually stepped outside of that realm and done some shit on a Saturday and Sunday. Why? Because I enjoy my time. I enjoy my life. I'm not working 7 days a week for nobody, period, unless it's for myself. I'm going to be straight up honest with you there. I don't give a damn if the company that I work for, we're making $500,000 a year on just window tint. I'm still not doing 7 days a week. I get tired. I get bored with this shit. So I have to, I have to keep it to a minimum. And that is number one important to me. And I hope it is important to a whole lot of other people out here, as far as especially the new guys. Do not go into a shop where they're having you doing 13, 15 fucking cars a day, whether it's by yourself or even with help. for 7 days a week. You're going to be done with this shit in about 5 to 7 years. You're gonna find you're gonna be done. You're gonna get burnt the fuck out. And for me personally, to keep me from getting burnt out, I tint 3 days a week and I do vinyl the other 2 days. So I switch it up and do tint 2 days a week and I do vinyl the other 3 days. That's how I keep, it's fresh to me every time I go back into the shop.
That's what we
regardless of what side it goes on.
You see, I feel different about that. You know me, I'm working 7 days, dude. I mean, even at my house, dude. I mean, if I'm not working on my house, I'm taking in calls regardless, because I mean that's just how I feel about it. I just love.
And you got to do what you got to do to pay the bills, but at some point you have to be able to enjoy the money that you make. Whether you boat, whether you go to the strip club, whether you go to a winery or take your family out to eat every other weekend or on a vacation, you have to be able to enjoy that. And I feel like it comes down to pay, number one, because like I say, you have some tinters don't know their worth, and then you have shop owners that know what the fuck they have. They have a cash cow and they're gonna push it through. The quality of you doing, listen, I've done 10, 17 cars a day. With other tinters, I've done 10 a day by myself. I already know. The quality goes. Shit, that was a 17-hour day. That was a 17-hour good day. But the quality goes down point. You can't do that shit every single fucking day. As new tinters, they come in, it's like, oh yeah, hell yeah, I can do 11 cars a day, 12 cars a day, 45 minutes a car. None of that shit fucking matters when you're 37 and can't fucking move.
Yep.
That's the
none of that shit matters when you're 35 and can't enjoy, your little girl growing up or your son growing up or whatever. None of that shit fucking matters.
Dude, hey, come on though, man. It's window tint, not NFL.
Hey, they say that shit, but if you throw in automotive and jumping in the back of these fucking Mustangs and these goddamn Camaros,
don't talk to me about Mustang. I
flat glass and you're climbing up a
fucking
25-foot ladder and you holding 72-inch wide pieces of film trying to lay that shit all by yourself. Dude, that shit takes wear and tear on your body.
I'm 6'3". I spent 3 fucking hours in the backseat of a Mustang today, removing the fucking old shit film that was on there, and man, I was pissed. Today was like the worst day of the summer, and it ended the summer because the temperature was like 57 degrees this morning here, and like I sweat more today in the back of that fucking car than I did all summer long. It was the biggest kick in the ass, and it's like, it hurt. But it's not going to stop me from going home and playing with my kids. It's window tint.
Well, that's because your ass don't get in. You don't get in the back of a Mustang.
That's also because you buy
on
like
a daily basis.
Every day. I'm the only installer. I'm the only tinter here. I tint by me and my son tint, but I mean, he's still learning. So it's basically just me.
You do all the grunt work, David. Don't.
I wish I could.
We struggle.
But no, listen,
you're
right. It is window tint.
Every car.
Think about it.
I ain't got no problem getting in and out of a Mustang.
He's so sweaty.
You also ain't but 125 pounds soaking wet with bricks in your pocket.
Yeah, he's like a chihuahua.
Look, I'm 388 pounds and I walk around these motherfucking.
Bullshit.
Yeah, let's get fucking weak. Video, bitch. Bring it, mother. You a welcome, bitch.
That's a whole lot of man.
I played football.
I see a lot of
football my entire childhood, and
I
tore my ankles up to the point where now all I have to do is move wrong, and I'm off my feet for 2-3 weeks. I mean, it's terrible. So I fucked my body up when I was.
I think the concept is that.
Losses.
I think the idea is it's easy in this business to get, if you do a good job, you get a ton of business. You're doing a ton of business. Hopefully you're making a ton of money. If you spend that money or you're not making a ton of money, before you know it, you could be 50 or 60. Your shoulders could be hurting. Your wrists could be hurting. If your bank account's also hurting, you're going, how the hell do what's next? What do I do? What is that next thing? I think that's kind of the general thing. And some people are going to make it to 60 tinting and have no arthritis. Other people are going to have arthritis at 45. So the whole point is like knowing that your body is a tool that you can't get another one of. So you have to take care of yourself. You can't overwork yourself. Don't over leverage yourself spending all your money, because there can be a day where your wrist doesn't feel as good moving in that direction. And, you know,
Well,
Purple
this
tunnel.
year was this year was a perfect example of, as a window tinter, if you were, budget friendly with the amount of money that you made, because when this pandemic hit, everything shut the fuck down. You see what I'm saying? People weren't able, even though they had the money, they weren't able to go to the tent shop and get work done because places were closed. Nobody knew anything about it, regardless of your stance on it, whatever. Nobody knew. So, the people reacted accordingly. So that alone killed a lot of businesses, whether it was window tint shops, bakeries, ice cream shops, that killed a lot, you know what I'm saying? And the reason why it killed a lot of business is because people did not plan for it. That's something you can't plan for. But at the same time, if you're planning for, success, that should be in part of your game plan. Now, whether you just getting started or if you've been doing it for years, it's just something unknown that you didn't see coming, and when it happened, they wasn't ready for it. And you got people that literally
look, nobody could have planned for a pandemic, but if you've been in a business long enough, you can plan for the unknown going bad. Because if it wasn't a pandemic, it could be a recession. It could be planes going into buildings. It could be war with another country. There's so many possibilities. So no, we didn't see a virus. But if you don't know that shit gets good and then it gets bad, and then it gets good and then it gets bad, so is the cycle of life, then this is going to be a learning opportunity. I definitely think this last maybe 5 years or so, there's a lot of businesses out there, whether they be tint or tint and PPF and ceramic coating and so on, that are just experiencing the good, and they're growing. They have big rent payments. They have a lot of employees. They bought a bunch of shit. They have fancy floors and so on. Nothing wrong with that, but you have to be able to sustain that, not just for 5 years, not just for 10 years, but for that 20, 25. And if you get caught with your pants down, you lose everything, and you're going to start further behind than where you started.
You lose
potentially
every fucking thing.
You'll just get a lesson, and you'll start over with debt, and so starts the cycle again.
Yeah. And that was my whole thing. A lot of people have a misconception that window tinters, they fuck off money. They make so much money, they fuck it off. They buy strippers, drugs, cars, shit that they don't fucking need. That's the misconception about hiring a window tinter in this industry right now. They look at the window tinter as, this terrible person, but this terrible person is making you $500, $200 million a fucking year. You see what I'm saying? If you're making that type of money, there is technically no way you should be, fucked up. That's why I say it goes back to knowing your worth, knowing how to be able to negotiate your pay, how much money you're worth to yourself. It starts with you in that. It's past just putting a piece of plastic on a piece of glass. It's past that. I've slept in my car for a year. Just to save money, just to have a place, a roof over my head. I've been there. I've been in the bottom, and I was like, oh, shit, I'm at the bottom. Ain't nowhere else to go but up. But I don't want to go back to that. And it's just like Tint Man said, if you got a box of film and a fucking squeegee, you should be able to make a living. And I hate seeing, tinters that's going through, especially new guys, that's going through, oh, well, like there was somebody, I forget what page it was on. It was this guy, during the pandemic, his, company got the PPE money, to pay them while, they was down in the pandemic. He went back to work and the fucking dude started taking the shit out of his check.
Yeah, that's wild.
That's bullshit.
Yeah, I was like,
I mean, that's literally bullshit. I saw that post and was like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? Like a lot of tinters, we get drawn into this industry. And there are a lot of people that has been in this industry a lot longer than we have that take completely full advantage of us. And they wonder why they can't find good help. Well, that's because somebody fucked him already. He fucked him up before he got to you. You have to show that tinter that not only he's in your corner, but you are in his corner as an owner. You see what I'm saying? Like every job profession comes with the baggage. You name. I know doctors that smoke crack, but that fucker can go in the goddamn room and do a heart, procedure, no problem. I know a lawyer that's the best goddamn lawyer in the city. They fucking do meth, but in front of that judge, that's the baddest damn lawyer you can fucking have. You see what I'm saying? I'm just being 100% honest with you. So it's I think the perception of window tinters being fucked up individuals, prima donnas, and that's why you can't find good help. I think that's bullshit. The reason why you can't find good help is because you, as an owner of that business, you probably need to check yourself. If you interview 5, 10 different people and you haven't found one person in that, and then 10 people that you interview that's able to do the job, or that you're able to train to do the job, then there's something wrong with you as the owner.
Right.
Period.
There's definitely something wrong with me.
Well,
Dave, you're a dick.
I can test that.
Thank you.
He's a fucking asshole. That's all it is.
And we can make plenty of good money, but you got to understand, a lot of people are not used to your dickness. Not just yours, but Mitch's, or
That's how I want to be referred to from now on.
Nobody.
Is your dickness.
Your
dickness.
That's a new word I'm using from now on.
Your dickness.
I just feel like a lot of new installers are kind of like you see it on the pages. They ask these questions and you're looking like, God damn it, you're asking these type of questions. How many cars are you supposed to do today? There's like, oh, I'm doing 9 cars a day, 7 cars a day. And I'm like, but you're asking these type of questions. There's no way you're pushing 7 cars, let alone 4 in a day out at the quality that it should be at, asking these types of questions.
I mean, maybe they just want to fit in, They just want to feel like they fit in.
Maybe they're using a plotter.
You got to learn something. You got to learn something. You got to learn something, though. We got any questions down there? Anybody got
someone
anything to
asks
say?
a dumbass question, I'm just like, really? But then I try and stop myself from being a dick because I can be a dick.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong.
I catch myself.
I'm like, let's try and help them, But some questions are just fucking stupid questions.
The biggest thing is when they've been on there for the past 2 weeks talking shit with everybody else, talking about how they do
this,
10, 12 cars a day by themselves, blah, 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 blah. That's when you get drugged on the Feud. Because we pay attention to what you say.
If you never realize how much power that shit got, bro. That shit got enough power to ripple some waves through the industry, dude. Just by talking and speaking. I mean, even down to the point where I start talking about a windshield limo. Then now all of a sudden everybody's talking about windshield limo. I'm like, what the fuck?
Oh, the windshield issue.
Yeah, the fucking 5% windshield. Jesus Christ.
When people get on there talk about where, you shouldn't be putting this dark on a windshield. You shouldn't be putting that dark. Bitch, anywhere you look, any freaking state in the United States I know of.
It's not any state. It's not any state.
Most of them that I know of,
state,
it's not legal. It's not legal to tint anything bigger than 6 inches. So you crying about where he's putting 5% on there, and you put 70% on there too. It's still illegal.
It's still illegal.
That's more illegal.
They're saying their philosophy is, oh well, if you put 5% on there, then you're taking the chance on that person, killing somebody. And I hope the best one for me is when they say, well, I hope he drives through your neighborhood and kills your kid.
Look, I done had dudes tell me they would
say that to the
police
fucking
would finish
bar.
me off.
Fucking alcohol down people's throat. You don't say that to none of them. You don't say none of that.
I say all the time, you're a window tinter. You are not Captain America. Quit trying to save the world. Just do what you do.
Still, it does put a bad. I mean, if we are doing it, I do understand. There might be more heat coming down on us if more tinters did start doing it. Yes, I do understand that point. But it also gets to the point where what I do with my customer, that's my own confidential. You know, that's between me and my customer. That's not between me and everybody else and everything like that. So I don't care what these people are doing. I know what I do. So it's on them what they want to do.
My whole deal with the windshield tint thing is I'm like this right here. They sell mufflers, wheels, tires, every damn thing else that you can put on a vehicle that is not technically for road use, for show purposes only, off-road use only.
Yeah.
And those same companies or those same products are not, there ain't nobody taking them to court. You got 36s on your vehicle, on
The
your
glowy
4x4
the
that
cars
sticks
are
4 inches past your damn fender wells, and shit, you driving down the street and fucking hit somebody. Ain't nobody blaming the goddamn wide ass fucking tires that you got
So
on your goddamn truck. They blame the driver for being a bad fucking driver, and that's how it should be.
So look,
Period.
I think the layers of that issue come, and this is like, look, I have 50% on my windshield, not super dark, but not super light. I never want to drive a car without windshield tint, but I think the issue comes in where, if let's just say it becomes more of an industry standard and people are putting 5%, 15% on windshields, let's just say cops are pulling it over and there's accidents happening. What ends up happening is those states start to increase their laws and the rigidity of their laws. And I can go like years with my tint, and as long as the cop doesn't bother me, I'm good. But if it happens too much, what eventually happens is I'm gonna have to bring in my vehicle for an inspection every year. Meaning, I'm gonna take that tint off. I'm gonna put it back on every single year. They're gonna make it as hard as possible. Same goes with
That's how they do us around
mufflers.
here.
When the mufflers become an issue, they start doing a yearly inspection of your vehicle and so on. So I agree with. I don't like all the shit like saying like, oh, if you tint the windshield, it's a stain on our industry. It's not. But there should be something proactive in the industry that's there to help better the laws in our favor so that everything on a windshield's not illegal, because it's actually very beneficial. It's beneficial for when I'm driving. I can see better. I'm not as fatigued after driving a longer time. It is saving me from skin problems and so on. So what I'm saying is there are two angles of it, but I do think what we're missing is we have to be proactive as an industry in helping getting these laws changed in our favor, because if not, naturally the forces that get to fine people and collect money will put it in their favor. Because if they can say, well, you know what we'll do? We'll just fine the tint shop every time we can catch a tint job or whatever it is. That generates money for them. So if you don't proactively get in the other direction, eventually it does become more and more and more restrictive based on those, issues. So
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
I'll
and,
have
and,
to
and I get
admit,
that, but honestly, this wouldn't be an industry, honestly, if it wasn't for Bill Burke. He fought for this
Oh yeah.
industry to still exist, with different legislators, that's the IWFA. That's why I'm a big supporter of the IWFA, because they did a shit ton for this industry just to keep us all with a job. If it came down to, like you just said, with the laws changing and this and the third, then we'll be scraping the pot. Honestly, we would be. Uh,
like New York, I mean,
at the
how does it
same,
feel if you're in New York and all of a sudden you find out no tint, yearly inspections? I mean, people are doing removal, like inspection removal discounts. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
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 yeah, but the thing is in New York, if you're on the groups and you talk to people, you'll see that there are shops in New York that are making hundreds of thousands, if not
but
millions of dollars
but
a
then what
year.
happens
People are
is
still going to
but
get
what happens is you're like almost steering something like window film, which is a beautiful thing, into almost like a drug. You're like, wait, because what happens is if you put a law in a state and you say we're going to be real restrictive, well, then what happens to the people who need it? They're going to pay more for it. And then the
Yeah.
shops who are willing to put on it, they're going to get more money. So eventually, those shops are making a lot of money. Then what happens? Those shops are going to have a visit from the state AG. They're going to get hit with a state lawsuit that is going to blow their mind. So it's like a drug deal. You say marijuana is no problem. Well, now we're going to make it a problem. Okay, now what happens if you still sell it? Well, the price goes up. Then what happens when the guy makes a lot of money from selling it at a higher price? You get raided. That same thing will
yeah,
happen with window film. It happens with industries all the time. It happens with
yeah.
smog companies and just all
Well, I
sorts of
feel
things.
They
like
already they already beating our ass for picking up payment.
I, I feel like as an industry, we should not let that happen. Um,
Definitely.
at the end of the day, regardless of what side of the aisle you sit on, we still pay these assholes to come up with this bullshit that they come up with.
That's
like honestly,
I also
and I feel like the tent community is large enough,
and they didn't want legal. They're cop cars and they're like their personal vehicles. They come in and I'm like, oh, that's
everybody
not legal.
wants tint.
They're like, no,
everybody wants tint.
Yeah.
So
Cops, I have cops come in my shop all the time, and they're like, yeah, you did my patrol car. I'm like, all right, what you want? I want 5% all the way around, 20%
5% all the way
like,
around.
what the fuck?
35% windshield.
But and I ask him, I make it my duty because I'm an asshole like that. I was like, okay, if I tinted some Joe Blow car the same exact way when he came in, are you gonna pull him over and give him a ticket for shit? And then they'll tell me some bullshit like, oh nah, hell no, I ain't worried about tint. I got other shit to worry about. Some of them are telling the guy that it's true. But then you can kind of tell some of the ones that are full of shit. If you're bored one day, you're gonna do it. You know what I mean? That's just, you recognize a car. Oh, that motherfucker's tinted. I can pull it over for whatever the reason I want.
It's a read.
That's where it needs to start at.
It's a read.
Instead of tint being a primary offense in most of the states inside the United States, it should definitely be a secondary offense. You should have to pull me over for speeding, an accident, or anything else in order to give me a tint ticket. You can't just see me pass you and say that motherfucker's got tint on it that I think is illegal. I'm gonna pull it over. Well, what if
and that's exactly what
you
they
pull
do.
me over and you
they use that window tint to pull you over and smell
that car. See if you got weed.
I think it's bullshit.
They want to see
I
if
literally
you
think it's
Women
bullshit.
got the weed.
Yeah.
I gotta
think it's bullshit.
disagree with everything. I want to disagree with all of this, man. I really think I'm gonna be the moral high ground here. If you're putting,
Man, shut the fuck up, man.
fuck you too. If you are putting limo tint on windshields and front side windows, you're putting people in danger, flat out. I mean, I'm sorry, but listen, I don't. You gotta. There's reasons for the laws. There's reasons for the laws.
You know what else?
The reason for the law, the reason there's tint laws is to keep people safe on the road, just like you stop at a fucking stop sign. It's the same thing. They want people to be able to see out of their cars so they don't run people over. What about if somebody's kid gets run over? What about if your kid gets run over with somebody who can't fucking see them at night?
I get that. But here's my question.
I think it's bullshit.
For me to
I think
drive
it's
a car
bullshit.
with 5%
I think it's
on the
bullshit.
on the front side windows, then is it not unsafe for a cop to drive a car with 5% on the front side windows? Because what I'm saying is every single cop that has ever gotten his car tinted with me has always gotten illegal window tint. So what does make
so because a cop does it, then
better?
everybody should be able to do it too. If a cop does it, then everyone should be able to do it too. That doesn't make any sense.
Damn right. That's
there's
exactly
like
what's going on in
there's
this
like
country
out of the
right
whole
now,
population,
cops feel
there's
like
like
they-
1%
they
of the
have a
population
higher
are cops.
ground
Not
over
even.
people.
Not even 1% of the population are cops. So now the whole population should have illegal fucking tint that makes it unsafe to drive their car.
Fucking right.
I think a cop.
Black
No,
that
fuck that.
shit out.
I think a
Black
cop.
every bit of
The
it
reason
out.
cops like having dark tint on their cars is for two reasons: to protect themselves and to protect the passengers in their
Okay,
vehicle.
but what if I want to protect myself?
Hold on, but
I want to
hold on.
protect myself,
So-
bro. Like,
I don't want to be driving
so
through the
the
woods
cop,
being a white
so the
girl
cop
like
is
I am.
able to protect himself, but I'm not. Like that
The
makes no
little bit-
sense.
The little
That
bit
makes
of
no sense
conceals,
whatsoever.
the little bit of conceals I have done.
The reason why he
Hold
wants
on.
to protect himself is because he just hopped out his fucking patrol car 2 weeks ago and beat the shit out of somebody that didn't deserve to be beat up, and that's why he wants to fucking protect
Hold on.
himself.
Hold
That's
on. Can we
exactly
agree
what
that?
is. I would want to hide my face too if I was just riding around fucking people up.
But that's not what all
Shit.
cops are doing all the time. But I know you don't mean that. But like, I think there is a difference between putting 50% on a windshield or putting 5% on a windshield. There is a difference between having.
difference. In all honesty,
We've all
I
had
don't
illegal
think
tint
so.
on our cars, so we
It's-
all know
it's like this.
what our limitations
There's-
are with it.
Right, and there's like look, the speed limit could be 65. I feel comfortable driving 75. That's not to say, and I could maybe 80, sometimes 90, but I can't go 160. So like, do you know what I mean? There's like,
Yeah.
there has to be some
There's-
sort of like
I don't
Here's my
mind.
thing on it.
This is what I
Here's
do
my
at my
thing on
shop.
it,
My
right?
shop, I will put 50% on a customer's car if they ask on their windshield. That's as dark as I will allow a customer to go. I won't go any darker than that because I have a moral obligation to keep not only them safe, because I feel like a dead customer is not a good repeat customer, and to keep my family safe, because the majority of the people that are buying tint from me live in the same neighborhood as me. So I want to keep my family safe too. I don't want them
You got a
going
big
and
ass
running
neighborhood
over.
then.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
I don't-
my opinion is like the person getting 50% windshield could be going to the bar, drinking a fucking fifth of alcohol, and then driving.
Well,
like
that's
that.
out of
I
my
have to go
control.
follow them
But my
on the
control
street
is
drive.
that I can control
I'm not
how
God,
dark their tint is,
although I
so
like
they
it.
don't run somebody over on the account of what
Here,
I did.
here's
So
my
who's
thing on it. Here's
So
my
who's to
hold
say you
on.
don't
Here's
leave
my
your
thing
shop
on it.
and go to Colin's shop and get the 5% put on the windshield?
Look.
Well, like,
The
look,
darkest
let's just be
my
clear.
thing on it.
windshield is
Even without tint.
35%. If you want to know, the darkest I will go on a windshield is 35%. But when I get on the sites, when I get on the groups,
So let me ask you,
and I
wait.
see
Why
people,
won't you go darker than
like with
35?
Rich, when they were talking shit about him doing a
He
5%,
said 35.
I will say this. Don't say shit about anybody until you put yourself in their shoes.
I got a
Don't
question
say
though for you, real
shit
quick. Why?
about nobody until you have to make that money
Plus,
like they
it's the
make that money.
customer's choice. If the customer's dumb enough to drive with that shit, then they're dumb enough.
Not
The
not
customer didn't come in and
necessarily.
say, "Oh, I'm going to drive this." Like, they want to drive with what
Hold
they
on.
want to drive.
So let me ask you this: why is 35% the darkest you would do? Why wouldn't you do 5%?
Because that's the lightest that we carry. We ain't carrying no lighter shit because ain't no one want lighter shit in our
Hold
area.
on, hold on.
In
I'm
our
confused.
area, from our experience, we live in Macon, Georgia. I don't know if you guys know anything about Macon, Georgia.
M-Town.
Oh, no
Mitch,
shit,
motherfucking well. No, you know about Macon, Georgia because you live down there in New Orleans. Macon, Georgia has a ridiculous murder rate. It's a very, very dangerous town.
That shit very loud.
And the poverty level out here is ridiculous. So when someone wants to pay me $150 to $200 to install a windshield, 9 times out of 10, they want to see that it's tinted. They want to be able to tell.
No,
that
but my
it's tinted.
question to you was:
So-
did you say that 35 was the darkest you would tint on a windshield?
35 is the darkest that I would do on a windshield. The only reason I say that is because I was drunk as shit one night and I had a 20% windshield on my car, and
Okay.
I about fucked up. So that
Okay,
was
so-
So wait,
and
so
that-
then I
by
agree with
that
you.
but I was
logic,
drunk.
by
But I
that
was drunk.
logic,
What I'm
You
saying
just-
is,
if you had been
you
drunk
can
as
blame
shit
it on the tint
and had a
because
lighter
I was drunk.
windshield,
So
would
you
have had a
just
better
got your dick
You
in
just-
every-
Yeah, I mean, you
just
just
said.
fucked it up. You just fucked up your argument because
So here's my thing with that, right? Here's my thing. If they don't want windshield tint,
I got
regardless of how dark it is, why in the hell is every car commercial you see,
Yes.
the fucking car's tinted and the windshield is done?
but I think
That's-
If you don't want
And
the
windshield
windshield's
tint,
done
don't
dark.
promote it. Stop the auto manufacturers from promoting that on and through their commercial, because that's how people get the idea. Oh shit, I could tint my windshield. So we have people coming into our shops and they're wanting. It is our job to educate them. Hey, 5% is too fucking dark to put on your goddamn windshield. 20% is too fucking dark to put on your windshield. 35% is too dark to for a windshield. I'm looking at 50, 60% range. Honestly, at my shop, our policy is we will not go darker than 50% on the windshield unless you are law enforcement.
so.
One
Hey,
of
real
the
quick,
So-
would it,
that I had one time, she had a certificate saying she could have dark window tint because of some skin condition thing she had going on and cataracts or something. And so we did a dark windshield for her. And then she got pulled over by a cop who said, "Fuck that certificate. I don't care what the judge says. I don't care what this paper says. That's illegal in this state." So then she went back and forth, and it was like, well, if a judge said it was legal, then it's legal. Just show the cop the paperwork and you can throw out the ticket. And she was like, "I ain't fucking around with that. Just take that shit off and I'll just, she said, "I'm too old to be fucking with shit." Like,
so let me ask you this: is it fair to say that is it fair to say that nobody here right now, or at least I'll speak for myself, truly knows the ins and outs of why the tint laws are what they are in different states? And like, is it fair to say, like, I don't really know if it's Is it to protect cops when you're getting pulled over? Is it to protect you from running somebody over when you're driving? Is that the only reason? But I don't know.
To me,
I can come
it's
up with a
kind of
lot
like
of reasons,
not
but
making reason.
DeRocha just like blinked
but
his eye.
okay. So let me ask you,
To
David.
protect people. But in all honesty, if you have ever been in a car and you looked out of a 20% window, regardless of a windshield, a 20% regular window, a 20% rear window, which is the most common film that I install, a 20% regular window, you can see just fucking fine. The fact
Okay,
of the
but hold
matter
on.
is
You
that
can
those
see just
laws
fine.
are put into place so that people can, the cops,
Make money.
the government can write you a ticket, and then they can make that $160 to $400
It's
off
a
that.
dismissible ticket. It's a dismissible ticket. You don't even have to pay it. So that doesn't even make any fucking sense.
I've
Dude,
never
where do
gotten
you
a
live?
Windows 10
Where do
ticket
you
that I
live?
didn't have to pay.
I think if we're going to argue tint laws, I think it's fair that we understand very thoroughly why really the laws are in place. Because when you dig down into that, you're going to get to the answer.
Why? I remember why they put the tent laws back in the early 90s.
But it can't just be why you think they did. It has to be.
I remember a cop being shot behind, window tint. All right. And then I remember them enacting all kind of laws and everything. They actually enacted the law in Louisiana in beginning of 94. Nobody was really tripping about the law in 94 because everybody that had tent had like older cars and shit like that. So they was like, oh, well, everybody that got 94 on up, you gotta have 10, but everything 94 and down, you're a 10 exempt. So a lot of people didn't trip about the law at the time because we had 87s and 85, Camaros and shit like this that we was driving in. All right. So that actually put us to where, all right, well, now after all these years later, now we feeling that. All right. Now,
it's for public safety.
Nobody really didn't speak up back then, but the IFWA and Michael Burke. Bill Burke and everybody like that. And it's thank God for them for speaking up. But I mean, nobody actually from state to state actually went to their state representatives and spoke up neither. So there's a lot of people. With that, that's where you get your living.
It's weird to me how it's different from state to state too. Like there's different
because people's opinions vary. Obviously, like our opinions vary. So there's different opinions state by state that decide safe for the public. It's all about public, what their idea of public safety is. So when I sit in a car, I look out of a 20% window, I can see out of it just fine. But if it gets a little bit darker than that, I'm like going, okay, maybe I'll roll the window down. Other people say, hey, I can see out of 5% all day long. All night, no problem.
Are we talking with city lights, or are we talking in the middle of the highway in Texas? That too.
I'm basically talking about at nighttime. During the daytime, it doesn't matter how dark it is. You can always see out pretty clearly. I think you could have limo tint on the windshield in the daytime and be perfectly safe. But it's at nighttime where the problem comes in. When you start driving at night with dark tint, you can't see out. And I always tell my customers, if you pull up to an intersection and it's like dusk or dawn, and somebody might not have their headlights on, or the day running lights aren't on, or whatever, and you might not see a car coming and pull out right in front of them and get hit. You might die, or you might kill them, whatever. You could run over a pedestrian or something. If you got limo tint on your front two windows, or you put 35 or darker on your windshield, you could possibly run somebody over. And I always tell them, so I already said this, but a dead customer is not a good repeat customer for me. So, and that usually speaks volumes to the customer because I'm taking I use the moral high ground with them, and that usually they like that because they're like, okay, well, this guy, at least he's not just telling me no flat out. He's giving me what his moral reasons are for not going a certain percentage. But I think ultimately, though, the reason those laws are put in place are to keep the public safe. Simply the same as you would have a traffic signal at a four-way stop or whatever. Stop sign, traffic signals, all that stuff is to keep the public safe. Just like not going too dark on window tint. Go ahead, Lawrence.
I call bullshit on that. And
call bullshit.
And this is why I call bullshit on that. All right. we're sitting here talking about dark window tint and tint on our windshields. But what about the customer that has failing window tint on their windows
Oh, it's
that
way
is
worse.
literally bubbling, peeling, discolored, it's all kinds of shit.
It turns into frost.
That is a bigger fucking hazard to me versus having 5% window tint on your damn windows that you can clearly see out of. I can't see out of bubbling, fading, wrinkled, peeling ass shit.
So what are you suggesting that cops do, pull people over for bubbled up tint?
Exactly. If you're
we gotta shut down that piece of
being dark, and you pull the motherfucker over for that shit literally failing. I went down and I posted a picture in the Feud. I went back home to Mississippi. My mother's car.
Yeah, your
her
mom.
back window. You couldn't see out of that motherfucker if you tried to. Even if you was sitting in the back seat, it was bubbling. It was 35%.
That note,
wasn't dark
on
at
that
all.
note, want to know something really scary? Want to know something really scary? As popular as tinting windshields is now, and we all know adhesive goes bad on the on window film and it starts to bubble up no matter how good the film is. How many windshields out there are going to start failing and bubbling, and people are just going to drive around looking through that bubbled up tint on their windshield? How many times?
We're not talking about windshields.
I know. I'm just saying.
About windshields specifically. I'm talking about illegal tint. You know what I'm saying? In some states you can't have, like he said, New York, you can't have fucking no tint. You go get this shit inspected, then you go put tint on it, and then you have to take it off to get it re-inspected. I'm saying if you're going to pull me over for having dark tint, illegal tint, and according to the people that we pay to make these fucking laws, well, why not pull over the guy that's got failing fucking tint that I can see? He clearly can't fucking see out of.
But I agree. I think that there should be some laws applied to that as well. I mean, that's obviously dangerous to drive around with bubbled up tint. I have actually thought about implementing something at my shop where I would put out for like, you guys might laugh at this. You probably laugh at. I was thinking single mothers. Like if you got bubbled up unsafe tint on your car and you're a single mom, bring your car in and we'll remove it for free. I thought about doing
that. Emily gonna beat that fucking ass.
I thought about the same thing, honestly, because
the only reason I'm saying
at the shop that I work at, that we do.
You gonna say single mom and you know what you're gonna get. You know what you're gonna get.
Flat glass, right? So normally when our flat glass quotas go out to do quotes on these jobs at people's houses that have children, we'll do a kids room for free. That usually puts them on the hook to get the rest, whatever else they need done. So I understand that. That's a good sales tactic. And I actually thought about doing it come January, February when I open up my actual brick and mortar location.
I was thinking about
if
doing
you
that
have failing tint, I will fucking
get your ass
in trouble for free and re-tint it. That's a great idea.
No, I was thinking about doing that until today. I just finished 3 hours in the back of that Mustang. Man, fuck removing film for free. Ever.
Yeah.
Well, technically, it's just the back window what you're working on. It's the back window you're working on. The side windows is easy. You can peel that shit off, scrape it off, do whatever. It's the back window that's going to create the problem. Hell, it took me 2 days to get that fucking bullshit off my mother's back window.
Hey, if I'm doing it for free, I could just scrape it. I'll just scrape it off, defroster and all. Who gives a shit?
I've only scraped one window in my whole entire career.
Sometimes it's harder to scrape that motherfucker than fucking sitting there in that bitch.
Yes.
Like, man, I'm scraping this bitch and about to beg the motherfucker.
The defroster looks so bad afterwards when you put the tint on. It looks so bad from the outside.
For real. Yeah. I like you clean up the defrosters real good and just shave them bitches completely off. Yeah. And it looks like that black look.
Disappears. And they disappear.
Yeah.
They don't disappear.
I see a lot of people going after, dark, illegal tint jobs, but ain't nobody said a fucking word on the motherfuckers driving around with bad tint jobs.
No, you're right.
That's the same safety hazard.
Ain't nobody giving away free strip jobs besides the Rocha.
Single women.
Hey, that might be DeRocha's moneymaker there, right there. Honestly, I'm serious. That's a great idea.
Ladies,
that's gonna be DeRocha's money breaker.
I think everybody should do that. Everybody should do that.
Yo, Emily will eat that ass up. Boy.
If someone's
She
driving
gonna
around a
be
vehicle
on
that's
it for
unsafe,
single fathers too. Watch.
we have the know-how to take the tint off and make the car safe. We should think about possibly doing a promotion where we bring in unsafe vehicles and remove the film either at a much lower rate or free.
So why not do it for the elderly?
Yeah, I mean, they're not as hot, but I mean, we could do it.
So like, if you have tint you don't like,
And that hot shit, that's the shit that's gonna get you in trouble.
That gets you in trouble, not me.
That don't
Yeah,
get
I
me.
know, right?
I don't have a jealous relationship.
No.
But in the feud, we can't talk about people's family though.
No, we don't. Unless your family in there.
No, we deleted her. How long have we been on now, Eric?
we're approaching the 3-hour mark.
Yeah.
Are we really?
What's the record? Hey, what's the record?
We got any questions from the people out there that like?
Motherfuckers stopped talking on us. They stopped fucking watching us
So-
like an hour or two ago.
No, there's still so there's definitely a lot of comments, and one of them was actually by Carl Tinkid. He said it's still live, damn. But there's been comments throughout the whole time. If there's any questions, I kind of interrupt and I'll ask, but mostly it's commentary along the lines of tint laws and information. Like some key ones, I guess, or just some that caught my eye was Heather in the comments mentioned that, and I want to find the right comment, but she mentioned that she used to, when she said, when I was in the insurance business, we had to write in the claims form whether the car was tinted, and if so, what percentage. And that's from the adjuster. So that's just one example of how, like, you know, it's a big topic, man. And I think what comes to my mind is when somebody goes in the group and they say, I just tinted this windshield with 5%. I think the right thing to happen would be a discussion, kind of like we're having here, versus fuck you. And then somebody else being like, no, fuck you. And like, you know, because at the end of the day, there are a lot of people watching, not commenting, not liking that page. And they're trying to figure out, should I do this? Should I not? Why not? Why not? And so on. So like, it has to be a discussion, and I think, I don't know, I think that's important as opposed to the right or wrong. It's why. Why is it right? Why is it wrong? And what, you know, how you can handle these scenarios. Because, you know, David, when you were painting a picture of somebody crashing into your car or you running over somebody, I imagined myself making a right turn, just like you said, somebody coming without their lights on, and it's raining, and I have limo tint on my car, and I can't open the windows because it's raining. I'm not going to see that fucking car coming. I'm going to put right out in front of it. What if it's a motorcycle? That dude's going to die, and maybe he's going to split my car in half and clip me and my family. So, like, those are valid images that it's real life. And I think we have to talk about it, because if not, it's easy to say, well, I like dark tint. Fuck you.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Like I said, most of the customers that are asking for stupid tint they live in my neighborhood. So I know that there's a chance I'll come in. You know, we'll cross paths on the road someday, and you know, and I don't want to cross paths with somebody that I made their car unsafe. You know, and that happens to me because of something I did. And somebody like me or my family or somebody I know, a friend, or even a customer or anybody gets hurt because of me is going to make me feel like shit. So
we are a community as a world, as a country, as a world, as a human species, just everybody. We're a community. So, you know, you can say, well, what about this or what about that? But it's really not. It's about what are we talking about and how do you want to contribute to this earth? Do you want to do things that maybe don't make you money, but they help other people, they keep somebody safe? You teach somebody a lesson before they learn it the hard way or not? And again, I'm not coming from one side or the other. I'm just saying, I think it is more of a big picture. How do you want to live your life? How do you want to affect the world? And there's not such a hard right or wrong. You can't say, I can see out of 20%, so 20% is the right number. That's not a realistic way that the world's going to be able to come up with things.
It's lighter because they got it. If I can see out of 20%, but not everybody can, they got to go a little bit lighter to get to a point to where it's safe for everyone. And I was going to make a kind of a metaphor. Is if you got a mechanic, say you're a mechanic, you're working on somebody's brakes, And like we were talking earlier, sometimes we let things go. Well, if you're working on someone's brakes, you can't let anything go. It has to be right. You know, they have to make sure the brakes are done right so that car is going to stop. That's your moral obligation in that situation. You don't want to put anybody back on the street with brakes that don't work. So that's similar to putting a film on someone's car that's going to be that make sure that they're safe on the road and they don't kill anybody or kill themselves. You know, as for just a story, a backstory on why I even thought of that is because my mom had her brakes done by a shade tree mechanic, and he did a shitty job. She let me borrow her car, and her brakes didn't work. Guess what happened? I rear-ended somebody because I was borrowing her car with her shitty brake job that she had done. And, you know, I don't want to put anybody else in that type of situation. So we just make sure that much as we can, make sure our customers are safe. So our family and like you said, the community is safe. And, you know, fuck you, Mitchell.
You talk too much about Tint, bro. That's your problem, dude.
No, I don't talk enough about Tint, bro.
Tint and fucking conspiracy, bro. What's up with that? Huh? like, why go into that shit? Why not just have fun in there with us, bro? What the fuck in it? I'm on suspension. So you know, I got an excuse.
You love it. You love it.
Where's your fucking? You been putting fucking time in the Feud, huh? You been putting in your fucking.
I got a couple.
Lawrence, you been putting in your fucking hours? No, the only person I've been seeing is fucking Angel. Angel should be on this motherfucker.
I just gotta throw out a couple things, right? Number one, all right, shout out to Expel. Them good guys over there, man. You know, Tri-Edge. Shout out to those guys, man.
Oh man, Harry, man.
You know, I mean,
Jay Triage is a very stand-up guy. If you've ever spoken to Jay over there, like, just stand-up people, just
listen, when that's why I say when you know, and being in this industry, when you meet these type of genuine, and you know they're genuine type guys when you meet them. You know, face to face versus over this platform on what we call a little blue app on Facebook. It really changed your perspective. It kind of gives you an idea, you know, especially if you're coming into it, on what to look for in dealing with, you know, different companies. Shout out to Global because, you know, it's a great film. Shout out to Solar FX. Sean Vogel over there, man. Listen, that dude right there, he's awesome, man. He's an awesome guy to deal with. You know, it's just all around. Who else I want to shout out to?
Billy 8.
Who?
I don't know who that is. Shout out to Eric.
Shout out to you guys.
Shout out to Eric.
I wasn't finished with my shout outs, and fucking David had his shout outs and done shit. I don't know what the hell he was talking about. You know, shout out to Tint Wiz. First off, thank you, my brother, for, you know, allowing us to be a part of your platform that's spread across multiple platforms, for having this roundtable discussion. It truly was needed. And, you know, I feel like a lot of people learned a lot of different things tonight, you know, in this episode. Shout out to Rob, Michael Burke, you know.
Oh, Rob Rusko.
Now, listen.
Hey, bro, honestly, bro, that's what we need. We need a tent competition, bro. I want to compete against Rob Ruska. I want to compete against Mike Burke.
Hold up. That's what I was getting ready to get to,
I want to compete against the great fuckers that can't compete.
Expel, right along with Sunstoppers, did a event about 2 years ago. Guinness Book of World Records. I'm telling y'all, that shit was fucking amazing. You know,
that was pretty neat.
Dean put me on. You know, I even though I knew some of the guys in there, you know, Chris Hardy and all them. Dean put me on. I was able to participate in the event that was just, you know, basically life changing, honestly. because I went in there and I only knew one or two of them guys, and it was probably shit, 50, 60 different people running around there, from not just actually involved in the process, but just around watching the process. It was a great event that was put together by those guys, and if I'm not mistaken, I think we did like 400 and was it 400 and some fixed pieces of glass, and we ran out of cars to do, and secured that Guinness Book of Rare Records. So I really want to throw that out there, just so for other people out there that's like oh, it's just window tint. It's really not just window tint. We have more of a voice uh, than we think, and it's just admiration and visions for, like I say, the younger guys that's coming up that wants to shoot for the stars and not just be a window tinter, and not just be somebody that's working for somebody just to pay the bills. When you surround yourself with great people, great group of guys, great things happen to you. So don't give up the fight, young fellas. We may seem like assholes when you come in these groups, but at the same time, you know, you gotta put your work in, and we ain't just gonna give it to you.
Oh,
So I wanted to shout, and Patrick Burke, and Bill Burke,
that's my
God
thought.
bless him, like these are
I want
great ass
I want
guys, man.
Eric do a fucking
Um,
with Pat.
my man Chris Peterson,
Chris
we from the
Peterson, man.
same area,
This
Baltimore area,
that's
this guy has a story, unbelievable story,
oh man.
and really,
Hey,
Eric, that probably should be your next interview. Get a hold of Chris Peterson and get him on your show and let him tell your
see,
story.
but he's one of them
Let you
dudes
tell
that
him
makes his
his
own.
story.
Yeah.
And it's an unbelievable story, And I've met a bunch of people, and it's just going to these tent offs and these other different events. Dave Dillinger, that man works on more exotic cars than anybody I know. And I'm being straight up 100% honest with you. I met him over at Tent Dude, and he's been an inspiration to me. And he's got, he's just good all around person. Um, there's a couple other people. Lisa, the thing that Lisa and Dean Mitchell did for John,
Yeah.
and Lark.
That's cool.
Listen, we the whole community came together, and we showed up, and there's a lot of people, man. I'm probably forgetting some people, I apologize. Patrick Francisco, Window Films Pros, that man's a marketing genius, man. If you want a website built, you want him to look at your social media and and kind of tune it up, that's the man you need to see. So
Magnet.
um, yeah, iMagnet, man. Like that's it.
They built
And
my
that's why I said,
website.
like, yeah. So I mean, those are the type of people that I've met on my journey, of going to these competitions and these different venues. These are the people that I've met. These are the people that have inspired me, to be the best, not only window tint I can be, but person I can be, and also, you know, they've fueled my fire into going into business for myself. Daroka, Colin. Even though Colin's spending his money on boats and strippers, I don't know how he do it with Paul over there. I don't know how. I don't know what the hell they got going on.
She likes
Yeah.
boats and shit.
Yeah, he's like the fucking boats and
Just
hoes.
She likes all that shit too.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just all around. It's just a great group, man. It's a great circle to be around. It's a great circle to be in. And I'm just telling people, just don't look at us like, as
great.
refugees. We, even though we got refugee squeegees coming here, you know,
Death
uh,
refuge. Death
you
refuge.
know, yeah, so it's just great, man. I'm so glad that I got the opportunity, to be amongst all these great ass minds and these people that are able to show me the way. even though I thought I knew everything, I ain't know shit until I met a lot of these guys, and that really played a whole lot of part of it. Alex with XPL PPF,
Oh, he was chilling with us out there with Tony.
Very knowledgeable. Chris Brooks. That this guy's won I don't know how many 10-offs. It's Young. The Korean Titter.
Oh man, my brother.
It's amazing, man. Just the bond that we've able to build with these people, bro. Hell, even Trey Tints, that's a wild ass motherfucker right there. If y'all think Mitch is a wild motherfucker,
yo,
shit.
You see what Trey has for breakfast every day. He gets creative too. I never seen somebody putting 3 different flavors in one single block.
Yeah.
It's like that ice cream where it's red, white, and blue. You got different flavors as you go. I mean, I never seen that before.
See, but his laws is
crazy.
My laws.
That's a crazy motherfucker, man. Jeremiah Benko, man, listen, that dude right there is a rapping animal, man. If y'all don't follow Jeremiah and you are in the vinyl game, go follow this man. I'm telling you right now, you will learn a fucking lot.
That actually, whenever Jeremiah left the Rev, bro, that's what kind of made me start looking at him, bro.
Yeah, man. And so I just want to throw those shout outs out there before just get too far on and I forget about that shit. And I'm probably missing some.
Oh man, Brittany, Rick McIntyre, fuck.
That's the thing. If you're going to name good people in the window film industry, we're going to be here for a very long time because that's the point. It is a group of great people. It's a family, and you might not get along with your cousins, but they're still your cousins. So try to get along eventually, hopefully, or whatever it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Why is the Roka got his dick in it?
I'm sorry, bro. I'm trying to charge my fucking iPad. You've been talking for like 6 hours.
Hey, bro, when that motherfucker take the floor, that's it, dog. Yeah, he's stealing the mic, and you're gonna have to cut the mic on him, Eric.
Hey, we can't forget Sal and Michelle, even though I don't know why Sal.
Wolfpack, man.
Wolfpack,
Yep.
it's just we talk a lot of shit on the Feud, but honestly, when it comes down to it, we're probably the closest group that you can join, as far as, people wise,
Yeah, you don't have like dickheads, like real. That's always been the problem with the group is I started the group to kind of bring in all the assholes so we could have fights and, have turmoil and everything. And for the most part, the real cocksuckers never even want to stay in the group for more than a week because they get outed, they get outed as the little bitches that they are, and then they leave.
They don't want to answer the questions that we ask.
No, they're the real assholes aren't in the group. All the cool motherfuckers are in our group. So I was disappointed by that because it's like, how can I stir some shit up in the group if everybody's cool all the time? Then I was like, you know what, fuck it. We'll just stay cool, and every once in a while we have a little drama coming up with Mitchell, and Mitchell likes to.
Anytime you fucking want some of this, bitch, I'm fucking ready. Any fucking time, bring that fucking.
Well, you gotta have a Facebook page
another
to be
bomb
ready,
hit.
motherfucker.
Every time Mitchell leans down, he's taking a bomb rip.
Like as soon as you sign the fuck up, they know your location. It's like, nope, that's Mitch Goldman. He is not out on this shit.
No. I ain't allowed nowhere. Well, it ain't the fact that I ain't allowed nowhere. Whenever I first I left a lot of groups. I left all the groups. Don't get me wrong. I tried to sign back up to them, and they didn't want me in there no more because, they figured, hey, he causes too much shit. Yeah, I understand. But, it's, man, what can you do, bro? So I just stayed in the group, bro. I don't like hearing this shit anyway. I don't like
hearing the group. Just to clear some shit up, right? Me and Mitch got kicked out of a fucking perfectly great hotel because we were accused of smoking in our room. Number one, we never smoked in that room. That's number one. And I put that on everything I love.
I'm going to disagree with this one.
All right, now.
You lying. You wasn't around us. You don't know, but I'm letting you know.
We never smoked in that room.
I ain't got no problem.
Question.
I'm telling anybody I was smoking
Question:
that.
did the hallway of that hotel room smell like gasoline? Not literally gasoline, but was the hallway? It was the problem that you didn't light anything in the room. But what my question would be like, if somebody was to come out of the elevator, were they
Yeah,
going to get
but
like smacked in the face
Oh,
by
when
anything?
you come out of
yeah, but
elevator,
that could
you
have
was
been the
smacked in
dude's
the face, but
908.
it wasn't us. That was a motherfucker.
They knew
That
who
Walked
it
out the
was.
elevator and went
Hey,
left.
Just
That's what
They
it
asking.
knew who
was.
it
I'm just
was.
asking.
But
but they sure
here's
did
what
walk straight up on our
here's
hotel
what all right, so here's what got us fucked up. And I told Mitch this shit from day one. Alright, here's what got us fucked up. Alright, the little housemaid lady, yeah, that when she came to the
Betty
door
Boop.
and knocked on it, he was like, "That's the maid." See, he know her name. That's who got us fucked up.
Yeah.
Alright,
It
she
wasn't
worked for the
Betty Boop, man.
hotel. She was bullshit. She
You
worked for the
keep saying it was
hotel.
Betty Boop. It wasn't Betty Boop.
Man,
It's downstairs.
whatever. Shut
Hold
up.
on,
I'm
Mitch.
talking. I got the stage right now.
I got to hear what I want to hear what the hell what happened. Like,
This is what happened. All right.
Let
When we got to
Lawrence
that
tell you
room,
his side, then I'm gonna tell you my side. Go
when
ahead,
we got
Lawrence.
to that room, we settled in and everything, right? And
Fuck with
if a motherfucker know me, know Mitch, they know everything was good. So then I think the very next morning, the little maid lady came to clean our room. I told Mitch, I don't want the maid lady in here. We only gonna be here for fucking 2-3 days. Fuck it. You know what I'm saying? It ain't no big deal. We're barely here anyways. We just come here, change clothes, showers, and sleep. That's all we need. We don't need nothing else. Well, Mitch was like, well, we need some new towels. So I get him, put it by the door. He's like, nah, fuck that. You know what I'm saying? She looked like she cool, whatever. So he goes to the door, brings a little maid lady in there who happens to be a black chick. I gotta put that shit the fuck out here, right? That bitch set us the fuck up. All right.
She ain't set us up, man.
Shit, the bullshit. She was selling weed
She
out of that
asked if I
hotel.
wanted to buy some.
Listen, that was her deal. You heard me? So you ain't gonna let nobody else come step on your territory. You know what I'm saying? Bottom line. That shit ain't happening.
I don't think no.
Right? So when we wasn't clients of hers, and she kept hinting at the shit. Wow, this shit is strong, woo, 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 woo. But we never smoked in that room.
No,
we never like our shit was vacuum sealed, all kind of crazy ass shit. Like we took precautions not to have that problem. And I feel like because we took those precautions not to have that problem, we missed it.
We didn't have no problem.
Somebody wanted to put their trust in some person that we don't even fucking know. And here it is, the day of the fucking banquet, the day of, when we got to find out who won, who came in second, all that shit. The day of, we leave, watching the finals, come back to the fucking room. I shit locked the fuck up. We got to go get hotel to come unlock the shit. And that's when they tell us, oh, y'all been kicked out of the room because their words, y'all smoked in y'all room. We never smoked the fucking thing. They was like, well, we found cigarette butts. I'm ex-military. I smoke a cigarette, put it out, and then put it in my pocket. And then when I get to the room, I take my fucking cigarette butts and throw them in the trash. They was like, oh, well, we found cigarette butts in the trash. Don't mean shit. I didn't smoke a goddamn thing in here. That's just my thing. So we were kind of railroaded. We were railroaded on that.
From my perspective,
honestly, if y'all don't
believe
me when I tell y'all, we never smoked in that room. There was never anything lit.
It doesn't
in that
matter.
Room, period.
It does not matter if you smoked in there or not. That's the whole thing. It's like that was like everybody was like, hey. The fifth floor. It was the fifth floor. Everybody, go check out the fifth floor.
The fifth floor. We was on the third floor, motherfucker. You full of shit. We was on the third.
Oh man,
there you go. Line for them.
Gotta say, check out the fifth floor. The sixth and the seventh floor smelled like the same fucking thing, if not the eighth and the fucking ninth.
The whole goddamn hotel smelled
like it. Check the fifth floor, cause we got pointed out it wasn't fucking Betty Boo. I know you keep saying, Lawrence, it was not Betty Boo. It was that fucking
Betty Boo.
It was the manager bitch that fucking come out there the fucking first night we was out there, because I was out there smoking a cigarette underneath the patio. Bitch come out there with an attitude then. I was like, my bad, I'm sorry. I'll go out to the street. I went out to the street. Y'all all come out. Whenever y'all all come out, y'all all was smoking underneath the patio. The bitch come back out there and blew on me again because of y'all. And I was like, ma'am, I told you it wasn't me. You know, I went and walked out to the street. You got to let these people know the same thing because they didn't know. You did? And she let all y'all know, hey, it's illegal for y'all to smoke underneath this deck. All right? And it was that bitch that pointed us out from the get that had the fucking problem with us.
So what is the plan for 2021 in Orlando to avoid this from happening again?
I ain't
Getting the
fucking
Airbnb, man.
I ain't fucking with you. I ain't fucking with you. I ain't fucking with you.
You ain't gotta fuck with me. Airbnb. We
That
gonna
was
get
you,
some
man.
private shit. And you know,
wrong?
honestly, even if I don't do the Airbnb and don't get enough people to chip in on the Airbnb, I'm getting my own room. I would never rent another room with this motherfucker right here, Mitch Goldman.
I would never
That
rent
shit.
from him.
Listen, that last night was fucking off the fucking charts.
Yeah,
Off the charts. Like there was some shit like that was going on. Oh my god. I was like,
honestly,
I'm done with this
honestly,
shit,
we had to find a new hotel room, right?
man.
Fucking
We
award.
did.
All right,
Cost us
little
like
like
$300.
for the
One
awards.
night.
Then we had to get Rick McIntyre to bring all our shit in his car from
Yeah.
one hotel to the next hotel.
Thank
Check
you, Rick.
Yep, check into that one. Spend another fucking $300, but that one was a better hotel, and we
Way
did
better.
better. We
They
should
let you smoke.
have that from the get.
They let you smoke at the new motel.
We didn't smoke in the fucking first hotel, so why you blaming us for
Hold
smoking?
up. David, I don't even know how they let you in the hotel, period, because you was smoking when you walked through the door.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, right.
Yeah, you had smoke rolling off your head. You was already mad as shit when you got there. So I don't know how they let you in that motherfucker.
Yeah.
But I just
Very
had to clear that shit up. We didn't smoke a goddamn thing. There was nothing lit in our room or our hallway. Not on our part.
They just seen the only black dude out there and the white dude with the braids.
Dude,
Decided to point
that shit y'all
The
had.
shit
That
that
shit
pissed me
y'all
off
had
was
stunk up the entire hotel.
no, fuck that. The shit that pissed me. They had better shit to worry about at that point. Motherfucking room had just got broken into and all that shit had got stolen.
Same floor.
Same floor. You
Same
got better
floor.
shit.
But they ain't got no
than
key.
motherfucking
They got
smoking
a they got a key to go in our room, but they ain't got a key to go in Pat's room. Yeah.
Get the fuck
I don't
out
understand
here.
this, man. I don't understand this. You brought stuff with you, and then it stunk up the whole fucking floor, and then you like act like it's like it's so mysterious that they thought you smoked up there when the whole fucking floor smelled like it.
Yeah, but
Because we wasn't the only ones on the floor with
we wasn't on
everybody.
the floor. They had
Y'all
other
were the
people
only
smoking.
one.
They're window tinters, Dave. Everybody ain't
It's
squares
a
like
window
you.
tint convention. Chris
Everybody ain't squares like you. You know what I mean? Like, get the fuck.
The closer you got to your room, you could cut the air. You could cut the air. It was so thick.
Right there by the elevators. So they went straight to the fucking door. They didn't start into the hall and work their way down. They went straight to. They got off the elevator and walked right now fucking door.
Now I know who told on us. It was that motherfucker.
It was DeRocha. Yep.
It was DeRocha. He know that much about that.
Nobody had to tell on you. Everybody smelt it.
Yeah, okay. See, that's that shit I'm talking about right there.
Yeah, right there. Right there.
You rat bastard, man.
The one who smelt it dealt it.
How could you?
I would never tell on y'all.
Yeah, okay.
Hey, but it was a great time. I don't give a fuck.
Oh yeah, we still had.
It was an awesome ass time. You know, we had fun, man. It was. I'm so looking forward to this next one. This is unreal.
Oh, the next
really
one.
is.
Oh yeah. We're gonna beat up the
I'm
road.
looking forward to it.
I can't wait for that.
Hey, bring it at your own risk. I'm just saying that. I don't give a fuck what you bring, but bring it at your own risk.
I ain't bringing shit. I don't know what the fuck you talking about.
I'm talking to the other people that are watching this live.
I'm just bringing these hands.
You ain't bringing
no hands.
Yeah, you ain't got his dick.
I'm glad he didn't say his balls because they in his wife's purse. So she might. right, I'm done. DeRocha. Don't come at me, man. Don't come
That's
at
it.
me.
You're good.
So why did you block Emily again, Lawrence?
Because listen, I ain't never blocked anybody on my Facebook ever,
Yeah.
and I had to block her only because out of respect to DeRocha, that's his wife, and I respect her too. When it gets to conversations, so I'm kind of adamant about what I need to say and what I have to say, and then
I understand you're a Democrat and he's a Republican. I understand. Yes.
That has nothing to do with it. That has zero
She
to do
thinks
with anything.
she really just thinks you're a little bitch for blocking her. That's all.
No, you know what? I'm cool with that. Yeah, I really am.
She
But
can handle it.
I blocked her out of respect for you. I can't.
Well,
sit
I
there and
appreciate
go back
that,
and
but she
forth
thinks
with
you're
your
a little
old lady. I can't go back and forth with your old lady, man. I go back and forth with
She
you. I'm
won't.
not gonna go back and forth with you. I'd have blocked. Listen,
Hey,
I
bro.
blocked your damn
Lawrence,
cousin.
you ain't see that shit she was talking about you.
This is how
Okay.
I was this close. I was this close to blocking Lawrence.
Shit.
This close.
You ain't doing shit.
I don't give a shit. Hey, I did it out of respect. Just let her know that.
How we gonna handle $100,000? Y'all two motherfuckers can't even get along.
Oh, we get along just fine.
For real.
You don't understand our relationship.
I'm really glad we had this conversation tonight because Lawrence opening up and kind of like shout out to everybody. I have a lot more respect for you now. Not that I didn't have like a lot of respect for you before, but I didn't. I'm just kidding. I really gained a lot of respect for Lawrence tonight having this conversation. No, it was and Mitchell. I already know Mitchell's full of shit, but Lawrence, Lawrence took the show, man. Today, Lawrence was good tonight, man.
Oh,
I appreciate all that.
So I stepped back on this one. I done had my other one. Now it's
you
time
had yours,
to hate on somebody else. I'm getting too much hate on this shit.
You shouldn't have even been here.
Man.
You weren't even invited.
Right, he wasn't even supposed to be in here.
You
ain't
weren't even
allowed on
supposed to be
I
Facebook.
ain't part of that, man. I ain't part of that. Why the fuck am I here?
I'm willing to bet you
James
is about to
fucking
report this post.
You need me.
Just like he snitched on us in Indianapolis. He about to report this post.
Both y'all bitches need me, man. Out there won't fucking.
Oh, you fuckers, man. Hey, I love you guys. So all of y'all, man.
Hey, that's one thing. Can y'all say any other group ask y'all to be a moderator or administrator like they did me?
They know better. They fucking know better. They better not.
Hey, I got asked to be a fucking moderator in United. I got asked to be a moderator in Revolution. I turned both of them.
So let me ask you this: if after tonight, this video ends, maybe somebody reaches out. Let's say Lawrence to you. Let's just hypothetically say a group leader from one of the other groups that you probably fucking can't stand reaches out to you and says, Lawrence, I heard you on Tint Wizdom. We haven't got along, but a lot of the shit you said on there makes a lot of sense, man. Would you be a moderator in this group to help us fucking improve it? Because it brings some balance to people. You know what I mean?
He would. He just want the little fucking stardom. He want people to like him.
No, shit, I give a fuck if anybody like me. But and Dave can tell you, I try to bring a balance. I have my own opinions and my thoughts, but I know everybody don't think like me. So I can't moderate a group based off of my feelings. You see what I'm saying? So if somebody wants to reach out and say, hey, I want you to be a moderator of this group, and here's the rules and this and this, and if I look at it, I'm like, okay, that's something I can deal.
I think it's more like
I'll do it.
It's not like Lawrence, we want you to enforce these rules. It's more like Lawrence, we think you'd be a valuable part of the moderation team because of the perspective you bring.
Yeah, because you got a following too, Lawrence. I mean,
it's not about you being a police officer to follow their rules. I'm saying from the angle of, hey, Lawrence, you bring up a lot of good points. You'd be a good value because you're going to maybe correct some of the shit that maybe isn't perfect because nobody is perfect.
I would. I would. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Nobody
I
wants
would.
to shit cleared up.
Simply because they came at me and if they said it exactly how you said it or something similar, I
We
would,
can't have any
because that
cross
means that
contamination.
respect.
No, we can't have any cross contamination. As soon as you accept
Hey,
another moderator,
hey, so
I'm
as
gonna
soon
have
as
to
I
give you that.
accept it, it's
You
it
won't
is
need
what it
me
is,
anymore.
man. I would never leave WTF. They kick me off, being a moderator, but I'd never leave that motherfucker. They literally have to force me out. And based off the rules, I hadn't done anything to get forced out. So then David would be a hypocrite.
I'm a bad guy. I've actually
But to answer your question, of course, yes, I do it.
David, why I ain't in?
What?
Why I ain't admin?
Admin.
Yeah, why am I good enough to be a moderator? But
I thought you said you was adding men. I'm like,
no.
what the fuck is you talking about, bro?
Oh man,
That shit went south real quick.
It's men of this bitch. But no, what I was saying is why I ain't admin? Why I ain't the ruler of this world?
You gave it up.
Why you gotta be? And I gave it up, man. Fuck you.
you gave it up. What the
you don't put in no work,
else?
bitch.
You gave it up.
This A and B right now, David. What the fuck? I'm talking.
Because you can't handle the job.
Because I can't handle the job. What job are you doing? You ain't doing nothing.
That's the beauty of my group is I don't have to do shit.
Yeah, but why I got to do everything? Why? You don't
have to do it either. That's the
beauty
of the group.
Shit.
I want
choose that.
What?
You want to do it?
You ain't got to do shit. You chose that. So, you chose that role. You chose to be the like.
That's like putting
the spearhead
like
of it.
Money,
I made this motherfucker.
That's like putting money in the offering tray and then expecting God to do miracles for you.
No, that's like putting $100 in the offering tray and expecting change. Get the fuck out of here.
Without me, this motherfucker wouldn't be shit. I want both y'all to remember that.
Yeah, but you know what? The group was something before you came around. It was still here.
You forget we let you in.
Hey, Tint Wizdom had more following than fucking when the Tinters Feud whenever I got on here.
Hey, what a great show tonight has been. So we'll just wrap this up.
You got this fucking group, Tint News?
Eric's like, fuck y'all, get the fuck off.
No. I'm just kidding. But I'm like,
Hey,
we just took a turn.
I was just trying to break the record for the longest Tint Wizdom show.
You did.
And have we done that yet?
Yeah, we fucking did. It's fucking 3:23.
3 hours, 21 minutes, which I think the biggest record, the record before that was Ralph Van Pelt, which was about 3 hours even.
Yeah, fuck it.
If anybody's looking to go back to
we gotta go another 30 minutes to get that shit up to 4 hours. I highly doubt you got anybody you can bring on your show, single or another group that could talk for 4 hours. Just for anything.
And if anybody could do it, it would be Ralph.
Ralph would tell you about them adhesive types of type 4 and type 6 and shit.
Hey, so all right. Let's
but I don't understand how you should talk about if you know all that shit.
Let's give a little something else to talk about because they're gonna be people they're gonna look at this episode not tonight and they're gonna watch it later on and they might skip through it. All right. Another thing that has been coming up in the groups is film companies, right? And then you got everybody. When you ask that question, you got everybody. They have their reasoning for why. Film companies, you shouldn't deal with this one and you should deal with this one. All right. And they have their reasons. And I'm not going to name a specific company, but I'm just going to say when you have motherfuckers come out and say that a film company's film is shit because of it's not made in America. All right. Or I put this shit on my car or my cousin's car or customers' cars, and I've had failures in this amount of years, right? First off, I'm going to hit on the amount of failures that you've had. How can you equate a failure to a particular distributor or company or manufacturer to them just having shit film? doesn't even though we tell a window and we tell a customer don't clean with Windex, whatever, don't do this and this. How do we know them people are not doing exactly what we told them not to do to that film to cause it to fail prematurely? You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I kind of wanted to hit on that a little earlier
It's very
when we
valid.
had the views going on, but I can't sit here and say this film failed because it's literal shit. Based off it, it started to fade, especially when it comes to fading and peeling. When I say a film company is shit, I'm like Suntech. I can't fucking stand that shit. I don't understand how people install it. I don't understand how people even look at it. I get why,
See, but then
because
you
they'll
call it
sell
one of
that.
the companies.
I'm calling that company the fuck out because that company right there, I have zero idea on how that brand even still exists. I'm just gonna put that fucking shit out there. Number one, the scratch code ain't worth a fuck on it. It scratches
That's
just looking at the
that's the
shit.
biggest thing.
All right, I'm talking installer from and an installer point. The scratch code ain't worth a fuck. All right. Workability. Hell, if
Well,
you
you
move the
talking about
motherfucking shit wrong,
to get that.
if if you move the shit wrong, it gonna crease on you. You're gonna be cutting another piece. Um, I've done more warranty work for that film line than I have off of any other film line I've ever tried, and I've tried a lot of them. I went Solar Guard, I've done 3M, I've done Hooper, I've done Expel, I've done Global, I've done Solar FX, I've done ASW, I've done Edge. I've done a lot of film. All right. And I worked with a lot of these films long enough to be able to say I can work with this shit or I can't work with this shit. And from day one, and then nothing ever changed with Suntech. I cannot work with that shit. I don't understand how a tenor period can work with that bullshit film.
You should be able to work with it though, because you are a professional and you've been in this fucking business
And
forever.
it's bullshit.
So you
I
should.
can work with it. Oh, I can put it on. I can lay
Yeah,
it, no problem.
yeah, that's what I'm
But I
saying.
know that shit is not gonna hold up. I know just based off of when I'm installing it. If I can squeegee this shit, and the goddamn squeegee will scratch the fucking shit. Like what the
Well,
fuck?
well, fuck. I mean, Lumar does the same shit to me, bro. Whenever you start looking into the IRX and everything like that. So I
I
mean,
can't really speak on
it's,
Lumar because I've
but
never really
but
used
you
Lumar.
can't go at a film company and be like, hey, I want this film warranty over a fucking scratch.
Okay, guess what? When you have a legit warranty, right? And you present that legit warranty to that film company, and that film company pretty much tell you, go fuck yourself. I have a problem with that. And I've gotten that several fucking times with Suntech. Literally. I've worked with a shop that had bought probably fucking $2 million worth of Suntech film, right? And then they turn around and they switch brands to something else that was spec during architecture. And not our problem, fucking architects spec that shit and you doing flat glass, that's what you got to roll with. So you got to get in the money. And then it has issues from the previous jobs that we've installed with that film, and then we submit warranty claims, and because we're no longer a dealer, they're not going to cover it. Well, that's bullshit. If I spent that type of money, and I wish we could get Byung on here because he was a huge SunGuard Suntech dealer in Korea. He bought more fucking film from them motherfuckers than a lot of us couldn't even dream of. And they fucked him. So if you're gonna fuck him and fuck every other little bitty dealer or whatever major dealer around the United States, how does that company even still stand?
I ride for the Korean tenor.
Because it's Eastman Chemicals. That's why.
Eastman.
And it's bullshit. It's bullshit. I don't understand that. I really don't understand that.
They've got that huge back. They got that huge backing. It's basically that Suntech is Lumar. So
Yeah, but basically, you talk to a Lumar rep, and I've never gotten that kind of response from a Lumar rep. No, I can one say that. I can say every time I call Lumar, I have talked to a Lumar rep, and I have never gotten.
But my point is that's why
I
Suntech
am calling out
business is
Suntech
because they
in
have the
this
backing.
video chat right now, and I'm telling Suntech, you need to either reach out to your dealers and your installers and correct this fucking bullshit that's going on, or something needs to change. Lumar, whoever the fuck own that shit, Eastman, whoever,
Yeah.
change something. I see people trashing
Oh,
3M
fucking
all
Lumar
goddamn day.
bullshit anyway, because fucking Expel fucking passing them up right now, dude, with all the fucking customer service.
Hold on, real quick, Mitchell. Are you by chance banging something against your table?
Yeah, me, my bad.
No worries. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be awkward, but I just had to bring it up. Go ahead.
My bad.
It's-
But yeah,
Fuck
well, I mean, Lumar's falling back behind too right now with their customer service and all that. I mean, don't get me wrong, you can actually sit there and call Lumar, and Lumar's there for you every time you pick up the phone, Lumar. But Lumar ain't on these Facebook shit like Expel is, all right? Or like, Flex Film is, like Ralph is and shit like that. All right, so you got these people that's on here that actually promoting off of these Facebook groups too as well. So,
Well, I think Lumar's in trouble on that end because I've seen a couple long-time Lumar users switch brands over the last 2-3 years.
I think one of them's on this live
Like-
stream. No,
a lot
I
of
don't
them
know.
are.
I thought. I mean, I thought I saw an Expel shirt. I thought I've seen that person wearing a Lumar uniform before, like shirt. Am I going crazy? David?
Who, me?
Yeah.
You talking about Dave?
Well,
I don't know. I'm asking because I don't know, but
I still use both brands. I use Lumar for my flat glass line and Expel for my automotive.
what made you change
So-
on the automotive from Lumar to Expel?
Because you wanted to be like me.
No, I changed from Flex Film to Expel
Got it.
because they've been struggling a little bit, and I feel a little bit bad because the older formula film that Ralph was putting out was the Korean. It had the Korean feel, that rubbery feel to it, and I used that shit for like 5 years. And I honestly got really used to installing it, and I haven't had too many issues as far as like warranties. But it was the type of film where it didn't really want to adhere to certain windows. You'd have to babysit it and things like that. And so I got kind of fed up with babysitting the film before I would let it go to a customer. So I wanted something that had more of a domestic feel to it, kind of more like Lumar had that more rigid feel, not that rubbery texture or whatever you want to call it. And as soon as I switched, Ralph was switching his formula to that type of a feel of film. So I mean, I really didn't hang around long enough to find out what his newest product was, but at the same time, I wanted something that was a little bit more trustworthy for the long haul, and with a little bit more of a support on the marketing end. And the DAP software is absolutely the best software out there. I love it.
Well, I love it. So,
Yeah, it's so good, man. I mean, not everything's perfect, but I mean, for the most part, the DAP patterns, they fit like a glove on almost everything. They just don't have any old shit. They don't have any old shit, but all the new stuff is pretty spot on.
I don't know. They do have some old shit in there, but the old shit, like you can tell, it was an old motherfucker put that shit in there.
I use Film and Vinyl Designs and DAP, but you have to use Expel. Expel to use their product in order to use their software.
Exactly.
So, and also I'm getting into PPF a little bit more now, and the PPF patterns are the same thing with the DAP, the DAP, the PPF patterns fit perfectly. So I mean, you just can't go wrong with that. All the lines, like Ralph had all these really nice window film lines for Flex Film, but the Expel lines lined right up with it. The only difference is Expel uses dye, and Flex Film doesn't use any dyes. That was the only thing I kind of went downhill on. Was now I'm using film that uses dye versus all carbon based.
Yeah, but you traded a company that doesn't use dyes for another company that does use dyes versus a company whose film is just, I mean, there's been some problems with Flex Film. I've never used it, but a lot of people are coming out against Flex Film.
I've had a sample. Of it. I have a problem with it.
I can't say anything about it because, like I said, I've never put a piece of it on. So I can't tell you if it's
I used it
good,
for
bad,
5.
ugly,
Man,
or
it's
nothing.
good. It's good film for the most part. It's really good film. But I got tired of babysitting that. Like I said, on certain windows, it didn't want to stick to the the border. It would roll off the edges on the borders, like on back windows and windshields. And I was just like, and like SUVs on all the border, it was just like not stick to the border. And I just got tired of like sitting there and waiting for it to dry and then going back and checking on it and babysitting cars until that shit finally decided to stick. So with films that have a better adhesive on them, I can move quicker and get cars out faster instead of babysitting window tint. I don't want to do that.
That sounds like the experience I had with, and I might piss some people off when I say this.
Scorpion.
Solar Guard.
Oh, Solar Guard.
The HP Supreme. When I was out in Omaha, Nebraska, which is a colder climate than where I'm at now, man, that shit would literally curl off the peel board before I had a chance to put it on the car.
Yeah.
And I mean, I would install it
because they roll it backwards on the roll.
Well, there's a couple other companies that do the same thing, and then you don't have that issue.
No, and it peels off.
But like, I literally had Honda Accords, and that was really where I had the main issue was with Honda Accords. So it could have been just the manufacturer of that vehicle, but I started seeing shrinkability issues when it came to certain lines, if I was using the Supreme or the Galaxy. It just wasn't a film that was very foolproof.
I will say,
when I put it on.
If it wasn't for a flex film, the Window Tinters Feud group would not exist, because the reason, like I was saying earlier, I was having a lot of people come at me for using flex film and telling me that just basically saying Ralph was a con man and all this shit, and I was always protecting Ralph and getting into big fights about flex film and just getting Ralph's back, because I think for the most part he's a good dude. I was using the film and I wasn't having too many issues with it. It was just that adhesion issue. That was mainly it. But as far as returns and all these people talking about the film's coming back all purple and bubbled up and all this shit, I wasn't seeing any of that. So I created the group to bring some of these flex film haters into the group so we could have actual full-on knockdown, drag-out fights without the whole freaking thread post being deleted off of Window Film Pros or whatever other group we were in. It was mainly Window Film Pros.
Like the guy that started the group about the truth about Rick and Ralph.
Yeah, that guy. I was actually in that group. I was a freaking troll.
Man. That's around the time I stopped messing with all the groups, bro.
I understand that, as a film manufacturer, you have a bottom line to protect. You have to do what you have to do. But the one thing I don't get, and this is across all platforms, a lot of tinters bitch about not knowing where their window tint is made from a lot of these distributors and a lot of these companies. But in the same breath, they'll pay, they'll buy Chinese they'll buy Chinese made tools. Like, there's a guy out there right now that is buying his squeegees and hard cores and all that bullshit off of Alibaba, putting his fucking name on the shit and selling it to every goddamn tinter that will fucking buy it. Mm-hmm. And I'm like,
I like that swirly squeegee you had on here last night, Eric.
Say again?
You won't.
Oh.
Yeah, that thing right there. That was dope. I like
let me throw in a question real quick from the I put the wrong blade in here. It doesn't really fit that good.
Yeah, that was gangster. Did y'all see that?
No, I ain't see that. What is that?
Oh, y'all lame.
Hold on.
Man. That's what y'all watch Tint Wiz.
Hang on.
Y'all want to sit there and want to be on it, but don't watch it.
Nobody asked you to be on.
So this was the tool. I shoved the wrong blade in. I'm looking for the one he handed or brought in. But basically, it's a pouch. He made this himself. He molded it. He made a mold of it. It's pretty like. I mean, I dropped it on purpose. It's got
Goes in your
so you pull it out, slides in like real smooth. The same with the tri-edge. So what?
pocket pussy.
I thought you said that. That's why I asked you to say it again. And then the blade fits in the side. But
that's exactly what it is. If it's the makeup pocket pussy, I see that knife come out.
So yeah, I mean, he made this. This was the thing we're gonna. I mean, I don't know. He made it. It's not from China. He definitely made this thing himself, and it's pretty freaking well made. I do want to throw in a couple questions that were in the comments specifically. The questions were very specifically, what do you think about Max Pro, and also about Avery, and then Solar Free was mentioned in here as well. But very specifically, what do you think about Max Pro and Avery, if anybody has an opinion?
I have an opinion on Max Pro.
All right, say your opinion, because I got an opinion on Max.
So, when I tinted in Nebraska back in, what was it, 2010, 2014, back 2009, 2012. Max Pro was a subsidiary of Solar Guard. And it came in a white box with a blue and red American flag on it. And it was a bullshit film to me. It was a dealership film. That was some shit you threw on a dealership loadout, and you pushed it out of the door. Since then, Max Pro has come a long ways. From the biggest thing that they did was create or build a factory down North Carolina that produces and make their own. So I really feel like Max Pro learned a lot from that endeavor, and they're trying to better themselves on that. I've used it since then. The one thing I still think about Max Pro is that it's not installer friendly. It's really not I feel like you have to be a novice to shrink Max Pro on a C5 Corvette. I'm just gonna put that out there. That's one of the more common windows that we all would see as an installer that come in our shop. I don't think it's quite there yet, but I think they're on a better path of making a better product. So I kind of backed off of saying, "Oh, fuck Max Pro. Max Pro is trash." If you'd asked me this question 3 years ago, my answer would have been, "Fuck Max Pro. Max Pro is trash." But now that they have their own facility and they're making their own film, I think that it's getting better. It's getting a whole lot better.
That's a good point, because window film manufacturers, that's the whole goal, is to put out a product, and they've already tested it for usually a couple years before they put it out, hopefully, and then keep improving as they grow, as the business grows, and hopefully they don't go out of business somewhere in between from too many failures. But they have to get the chemistry of the film just right in order to put out the best product, which is really hard to do. You have to have, I don't know, you got to be fucking smart as hell, I guess, to put together a window film that's going to be able to be put out on the market and pass the whole test of time of going out into the wet and being weathered day in and day out, hot, cold, all that. So it's I'm glad to hear actually that Max Pro is bettering themselves, unlike some other companies out there that can't seem to get it right no matter what they do. They continue to say they've changed their formulas and still put out films that bubble up within a year or two or whatever. There's one company in mind that I hate. I hate them. Can you guess who they are?
Well, name them. Shit.
ASWF. ASWF, man. American Standard Window Film, man. Terrible product.
I'm gonna tell you a film that I
Reno,
had
the
the
worst.
opportunity of putting my hands on, but I can already just tell by just looking at the website. As It's a company that's been pushed on a lot of newcomers, a lot of people that don't understand window tinting, and that's Tint Club,
Oh,
right?
that's
Um,
East
I
film, bro.
I have no idea where this shit came from. I mean, this name came up out of nowhere, and then I just started seeing it, and I'm like, what the
You
fuck
know,
is Tint
you
Club?
know who owns Tint Club, right?
I have an idea in my head, but I'm not 100%,
What's
so
up?
I'm not gonna say this
Ralph.
person owns it or I don't know. I have an idea in my head, but at the same
Ralph.
time, I'm looking at the uh, the specs and whatever. I'm like,
So hold on.
there's no
So,
fucking way that the specs on this film are what they are, and they're selling it at this price.
It's
I just
bullshit.
don't. I don't get
The
it.
thing is
I
though,
don't understand
he
it.
buys that. The man that owns the company buys that film from a manufacturer that puts those specs on that film, but the specs are a lie. But because the manufacturer says that those are the specs, the middleman, is not actually lying by selling that product with the manufacturer specs. So,
Right.
but the manufacturer is lying, but the middleman is not lying. He's just passing on the same specs that the manufacturer says it is. For example, I had a customer who came in here and she loved our ceramic film, but she couldn't wait. We put her on 2-day waiting list to get it done, because we were booked up. And she came back a day later and she got her tint done somewhere else. She said she got ceramic tint done for $250. I was like, you got ceramic for $250? I said, can you mind if we bring it in and test it and see if you actually got ceramic film? And so we brought it in. Sure enough, it wasn't blocking any heat. And so my thought was, it may not be that the company lied to you per se. Is maybe the manufacturer of that product lied to them. They're selling them a really cheap ceramic that they can sell to the customer. It's not actually ceramic, but if they're putting any type of ceramic material in it whatsoever, they can call it a ceramic film and sell it cheap. And it
Right.
may not perform the way it's supposed to perform, or they can just flat out lie about the specs on it and then sell it to the consumers. But see, since I sell Expel, we actually have a really good ceramic film that outperforms just about anything out there. And so she fucked up when she couldn't wait one more day. I mean, I think she saved 70 or $80 or something, but it really was it worth it because you ended up getting a piece of shit film on your car that doesn't do anything. And she was really bummed out about it when I showed her that she actually got a product that wasn't doing anything for her. So I think that's maybe what's happening with Tint Club is the manufacturer is lying about their specs, but the middleman that's selling it doesn't care and is just selling that out to anybody that believes it, which probably thousands and thousands of people do. And I think all that shit is just a Chinese made product, but I'm not really sure. I think he gets it from a few different sources.
yeah, but
There's a few different lines that they sell on there.
the specs can be one thing though, DeRocha, but then you sit there and talk about adhesives too. You got specs, but then if your adhesive ain't, that's a whole different thing than film structure. That's sticking it on the damn glass.
Yeah, but no one sells film because of the adhesive. They sell it because of the specs.
Yeah, true.
I've never told my customers this film's going to stick really good to your glass. I promise you. I mean, that's why you should spend a bunch more money, is because it's going to
Well, they
stick
want
so
it not
good.
to bubble up. They want it
Yeah.
not.
Right. I've never told customers that either.
David, real quick, somebody was asking, a couple people asked if you have any idea what type of film she got on it. Like, did you recognize the film as a brand or?
No, because she did not
No.
know what it was. But my guess is that it was something similar to Tint Club or something like that, where they're saying that it's one thing because the manufacturer is putting a stamp on the box and saying it's a ceramic film, but it's not. I mean, like I said, they might just have the smallest amount of ceramic material in it, and so they can say it's a ceramic, and they can put any spec they want on there,
I mean,
and then they feel okay selling it to the end user.
you see that in all industries, and like meaning like you could buy something that's organic, and then you're like, well, what does organic mean? And you find out that there's a wide variety of what's organic. And I mean, I think you find that in something could be like, stainless, and then you find out, well, it's not really stainless. It's this with some stainless. Anyway, point being, I guess that comes down to, an opportunity for other companies to be able to separate themselves and based on the shortcomings of those types of shops. It reminds me of if you're in a tint shop and you have a $99 tint shop down the road lying to your customers, then it almost creates an opportunity for you to be able to separate yourself from them. I think the same goes for the window film manufacturers. When you have manufacturers out there that say, hey, if you stop carrying our film, all your warranties are yours and we're going to stick it to you, that opens up an opportunity to say, hey, we're a window film manufacturer, and if you ever install our film, whether you continue to or not, we cover our warranties. That's the reason to use it. So it's like that pendulum, I think that. Real quick, Matico. We had a couple of questions of opinions on Matico.
Matico used to be a real shitty product a long time ago. It used to fade to clear. It was bad, but they've come a long way now with the SunGuard. A lot of people really swear by SunGuard window films. They had a one that was called God, now I can't think of the name. It slips my mind, but they've got a really good color stable product out there. And matter of fact, I use SunGuard, which is Matico, by the way. Matico SunGuard. I used SunGuard for a while. The Black Pearl, HP Black Pearl series.
Black Pearl.
Yeah. I used that on one of my neighbor's Cadillacs across the street. About probably like 7 years ago. It still looks exactly like it did the day. So I say, yeah.
My only thing with Matico is I worked for a shop and I installed Matico there for probably about 2 years, right? When a problem arises, and we literally, if there was a problem, it was a whole row problem. It wasn't just concentrated on 1 or 2 jobs type deal. If it was fucked up, if I saw this window coming in with floweration marks in it or delaminations or whatever was going on with it, I knew for a fact that I had other jobs that's going to come in for the same thing. I'm going to say this: as a window tinter in a window tinter shop or dealer, whatever you call yourself, if you don't keep track of roll numbers and run numbers, you are fucking up. Period.
Can I interject real quick in here? So the easiest way to keep track of your roll numbers for the cars you use is if you're using Tint Wiz, you simply take a picture of the box end along with your after pictures and you upload them in there, and they're there forever. If a customer comes back 4 years later, you pull up the customer, you see the pictures of their car, you look at the picture of the box you used, and you have all the information you need. Just wanted to put that in there. Continue on.
That's a good drop right there. That's a great drop right there.
You can do that for each individual, job that you do.
So every car you do is a project, and in that project you can have pictures and videos of that project. And one of the best practices is when you're doing a vehicle and you take the before pictures, you put the after pictures, take a picture of the box end and upload it as well, so you know what film you used. People take pictures of like a VIN, and then you're going to know that was the vehicle. You can match it up with the VIN, you match it up with the box end, you're done.
Right.
And it's one of those little things, but how else are you going to really track every vehicle you do? There's other ways, but it could get tedious and crazy is all I'm saying.
It gets tedious, it gets crazy, especially if you're a shop that, you use, let's say you use Hooper Optic for flat glass, you use Hooper Optic, 3M, all these different, solar, like decorative film and all this other bullshit. When it comes to cars, you're using, let's just say you got your main brand is Suntech, or your medium brand is Lumar, and your most expensive brand is 3M. I'm just throwing that shit out there. But it becomes hard as fuck to track that shit if you don't have a system. And most tint shops, most tinters, they don't even fill out warranty cards. They give them a receipt and say, hey, this is your warranty. No, fuck that. Because if a manufacturer is offering a lifetime warranty As long as that customer owns that car, I'm filling out that warranty card. And if they move from here where I'm around, I'm up near Washington D.C. So there's military around, and people come in and they go. You know, somebody might move from here to Texas. All right. So if I tinted that car and I filled out that warranty card properly as a dealer, and they have that warranty card, when they go out to Texas, if they have an issue, they should be able to find a dealer in that area that can service them. But if you use some off-brand shit like fucking Flex Film or Tint Club, you know, that's
And you're hitting Ralph hard there, man.
you know, you're out there. You know, you have to again use the resources of being in a tint group and saying, hey, anybody ever installed this film? And somebody said, yeah, I install this shit all the time. Great. I got a customer that I did 5 years ago or 3 years ago that needs warranty job or, you know, whatever. Can I send them to you? It's up to them to fucking, you know, to fill it in or claim it. Because if not, they got to come all the way back to me, even though they live on the other side of the country. You know, they started out on the East Coast, now they're on the West Coast. So I feel like warranty cards, period, is a huge a thing that needs to be done in every tint shop. Period. I don't give a fuck how much you charge for it. Fill out that warranty card.
Everybody that bitches about manufacturers or dealers not making good on their warranties is usually the reason they're not making good on their warranties is because they didn't fill out the warranty cards.
Exactly.
That pisses me off so bad. It's like they're bitching.
That is their leeway to denying your warranty for the work that you've done. Period.
And that's
if you did a job and didn't fill out the fucking warranty card, why in the hell would I honor a warranty? You really got to be, you know, we really have to be really good as far as dealer, you know, distributor relationships in order for me to even think about that shit. I don't have a right to do that. You know what I mean? I don't have to honor shit. I really don't.
No more warranties. No more says you just got to have one copy of either the receipt, but it got to have, you know, what type of film, like CTX or ATR or something like that, and it got to have the percentage on it. And they said as long as that's on the receipt, they're not worried about the warranty card.
Lumar is pretty good warranties.
That's good. That's a good thing to do though. But how many people out there
I can't say that about them.
And are actually writing receipts or especially with the mobile guys. And I'm not knocking the mobile guys. How many mobile guys have the opportunity or the resources at their fingertips to where they can write up a receipt or, you know, have an app where they can pull up and put all the vehicle information in and do a warranty?
Yeah.
It's not there. You see what I'm saying? A lot of people just buying a box of film and slapping that shit the fuck on, making money, and they gone. You see what I'm saying? So when that shit comes into my shop and it's all fucked up, I'm like, I can't say that's, you know, I can't say that's Lumar, I can't say that's 3M, I can't say that's Global, I can't say that's Solar FX, I can't say that's Expel, I can't say that's none of that shit because I didn't put that shit in. So when I'm peeling it off and I see videos of people pulling, you know, fucked up film off cars, and they're like, oh, this is 3M, woo, 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 woo. How do you know that's 3M? Yeah. You know, it's like a lot of people go to shops that says they sell 3M. Yeah. And you get the old switcheroo. You know
how you know it's 3M? How you know it's 3M when they didn't wipe off the little 3M symbol on the film.
You know, exactly. You know, how you know it's 3M? Oh, I watched the box. The box said 3M on it.
There's like literally.
I could put a box on the floor and put a goddamn roll of dog shit in that motherfucker.
There's literally
you
like
think counterfeit. It's 3M dog shit.
There's counterfeit film being sold on like eBay. Even like, let alone Alibaba, and you're talking counterfeit. Like, hi, I'm with Expel.
Everywhere.
Like, you are not from Expel, and then there's 3M in the pictures, and you see all these different brands. It's counterfeit, but it looks legit to anybody. How do you know it's counterfeit?
Yeah. I've seen it with a bunch of my friends because I've added like a bunch of Italian people to my friends list and actually see it on Facebook, and I see them counterfeiting Lomar, everything.
So I mean, they might insist.
Like Expel was in fucking China.
They might insist to everything that they believe in that it's 3M, and they might really think it's 3M, and they saw the box and it's junk film. So you never know.
You never know. You never know because at the end of the day, those are people that are trying to make a dollar, off the industry. Period. It's just that's just business. But as a business owner, you have to be wary of that shit. You know what I'm saying? You have to know. It's just like a film company. I call this film company out because I can almost guarantee you half of the window tinters on that's watching this is in across the pages have used this film. It's a company called ATC out of Florida. All right, that shit is terrible. It's got that rubbery feel, that Chinese rubbery feel, like David said.
Oh, that's Korean.
Yeah, that shit strips like butter. It's crazy how it looks good when you first put it on, but you can literally smell like the oils, like you can smell the petroleum when you peel the line, and you're like, this shit smells like a fucking gas station. You know what I mean? And you slapping that shit up and like, fuck it. You know what I'm saying? You squeeze that shit out, sit that motherfucking shit on the way. I put that shit on a personal car, it didn't last a year. It didn't. And I'm like, oh, never again. I went to a whole nother tint shop and I was like, yo, you can buy a fucking roller of that shit for $99. We bought plenty of that shit. We loaded dealerships up with that shit and everything. Shit. 8 months later, that shit was coming back like nobody business, bro. I was like, oh my God, what the fuck did I do?
What about X?
It was crazy.
What about X Sun and Apollo?
Apollo is a good film. I like Apollo. I like Apollo because, all right, so when it comes to matching fronts versus back, and a lot of people, I don't know why, but if you own a tint shop, you need a meter because a Ford ain't gonna meter the same thing as a goddamn Toyota, as a damn Chevy, as a fucking Nissan. You're gonna get variations. You're gonna get variations across from a 15 to a 20. But I like Apollo because Apollo was a real good match with Chevys, GMCs, and Toyotas, which is Toyota is a hard one to come, almost a direct match to. And it was, it matched up pretty good, color-wise, pretty good. So I like Apollo. I don't have a lot of experience in it as far as seeing it again 3 years later after I've done it. I can't tell you how it held up, but as far as color matches, shit, Apollo they had some good choices.
I have no comment on either one of those films. I really don't. I mean, I don't know. I've never used them.
Apollo be sponsoring Trey Tints.
One thing, Apollo always gives out those free spray bottles at all the tint offs.
Yeah, you got one of them, huh?
But nobody ever competes with Apollo film at the tint off.
Trey Tints does.
Trey Tints does.
Yeah, he gets sponsored by Apollo.
I've never even seen Apollo at the tint off except for those spray bottles.
Nah, man.
Are you crazy? They have a booth out there every year.
Do they really?
Yeah.
You just
never
don't
seen it.
That's what you ain't looking for. You too busy trying to fuck with some judges on your window trying to get kicked out of this shit.
You're right. You're right.
It was another company, Eric. What was the other one? It was
X Sun out of Florida.
Yeah, I don't know.
I never heard of that shit.
I've heard of X Sun. I've seen it, but I've never installed it, so I can't give you a review on that.
Sounds good.
Wizard, he knows everything.
I was a tool tester for Pro Tools, Go Doctor, Tri-Edge. I tested exactly that what David got right there in that photo. I got the hybrid version. I got a red and a blue
in the world.
I've used all of that shit. People send me shit and they try, to test it out. And I test it and I give them my honest opinion on it. That squeegee right there, what David just showed, that was my go-to. That was my go-to right there until I got my hands on a sledgehammer. And I actually bought the damn sledgehammer I ain't get that for free.
You
but
see,
that motherfucker's badass.
I was
hate that too.
I was a big Sledgehammer fan. I ain't much gonna get lie to you. Till the first day of work, I lost my fucking sledgehammer. I got extra ones. I still even got yours. But I started using a flatline by fusing, and I feel that one actually confirms it ain't as hard, and it's actually a little bit more softer. Maybe you would say comparable to his wave or something like that. But
If
I
you use
like that flat out. And then I lost that one yesterday, so now I'm back to a fucking room.
Hey, so
if you use
this
the tool right
tool
here,
that Dave
you
has
have
in
to
his
use this.
photo right
You
now,
have to use this. You have to
I
cover.
refuse to use that fucking tool because that, to me, honestly, that is the shittiest goddamn tint tool they could have ever came out with.
No, man.
This
is a
No,
must-have.
it's not. Listen, what
Put
you
this
do,
on it.
This is what
fuck
you use
y'all.
right here.
If I gotta add something to a tool to use it, I don't need to use it. But I use, in place of that reach, is I use a tri-edge corner card and I use a fucking shake to pull back my seals. That's all I need. I don't that's bullshit that you showed just now. Will scratch. I don't use that shit either. I hate gator blades.
Do you take the toothbrush and file it for the shank?
Say what, Dad? Say this again?
It is.
Toothbrush for the shank?
Oh, fuck yeah. I file a toothbrush down and use
This
that.
was
You know what I'm saying?
this was sent to me by Ralph. Ralph wrote that on there himself.
There you go, bro. Look,
The pink cheese is a good cheese, but I'm gonna be honest with you. The best cheese is the yellow one.
The yellow, yeah.
Yellow is the best cheese out there.
I like the white too, yellow and white, but yellow never scratches. That's what I like about the yellow one.
Yeah, yellow is the shit. I haven't used a white, a hard card or a bundle.
White
card.
one is.
I started.
The white chiseler is hard.
Yeah, that shit melts like butter when you fucking put heat anywhere
Ever
near.
use a popsicle stick?
David doing show and tell right now.
Well, he's at his shop. He can do show and tell.
This is the most useless tool in the world.
No, you gotta cut that down.
Never found a good use for that. You can probably twirl that bitch. It got that little circle.
No, you gotta cut that down. That's the best. Actually, the better one is the yellow version with the black squeegee on
the most underrated tool in the industry right here. That's the most underrated tool there is.
That's the old school tool right there.
You could tin a whole car with just this. You don't need anything else. A blade in there. This will squeegee any glass. It doesn't leave a smudge. Nothing. It's not like these dumbass Titans. These dumbass Titans. They leave those scuff marks on the glass.
No, you gotta wrap the Titan in a paper towel, man.
This piece of shit right here, basically useless.
I've seen that.
Crazy. I love that too.
For what?
I use that tool, dude. I use that tool on every back window I install. I love
this. You have to have
that motherfucker all day long.
Every back window right here.
Yeah, but people don't like the bulldozer because they say when they use the bulldozer, it pulls the film back. I'm like, all you gotta do is squeeze it down and slide it to pull it out.
No, let it go.
Squeeze it down and then pull it out.
Push it down. Let it go.
You gotta push it toward the window and pull it out.
That's it. I'm done playing. So I'm done with show and tell. I gotta go.
We cracked the 4 hour mark.
Right,
Where you going?
Crack the 4 hours.
4 hours, 6 minutes. Fix up 4 hours, 7 minutes.
Mama say hello.
All right, fellas. Well, just getting this thing.
Y'all fucking talk too much.
Eric, I appreciate it.
Thank you. I'm humbled to be a part of it. I really, circling back to kind of the beginning, you all are great people. The group's a great group. And Lawrence especially, I just want to, thank you for, you came out of the woodwork. You spent a few nights, feels like all night fucking going to battle for some injustice that we discussed at the beginning of this. And I know that you don't know me. You didn't have no fighter in the game or whatever the term would be. But I really appreciate that because
yeah, man. I didn't have a dog in that fight, but I could sit back and watch that happen, man.
I appreciate you, everybody. Thank you for being on. Thank you guys, really.
Yeah, man. Hey, we gotta do this again, though.
Sure
we gotta set it up. We gotta set it up again, brother.
Where we
I
are.
love you guys, man. Y'all be safe.
Love y'all. Peace.
Love you guys. Have a great night. Thanks, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.